the local media have repeated the refrain that the true destructive potential of a major hurricane was ignored not only by the politicians and other major decisions makers but also by the population at large. In short, nobody really caught on and nobody really warned us. Nobody is really guilty because everybody is equally guilty. This is, however, far from the truth, and implicitly a recognition of the depth of fetishistic disavowal. Environmental writers such as John McPhee and Christopher Hollowell have written eloquently of the coming disaster. Official hearings have been held in which its details have been discussed, and eventually even the popular media have occasionally chimed in. Moreover, ecological activists, and certainly the most radical and political ones, who have often been dismissed contemptuously by the complacent mainstream, have continually stressed the dangers of ecologically irrational urban sprawl, deforestation, and coastal erosion, pointed out the aggravating effects of global climate change, with the consequent likelihood of increased storm activity and intensity and rising sea levels, and called for an immediate change of direction. These supposed prophets of doom have now been proven to be the true realists, for this year has already seen the second highest number of tropical storms in history, and the season is not yet over. 8. A century and a half ago Rikla saw these destructive social forces at work and suggested what their consequences might be. He observed that foremost among the causes that have vanquished so many successive civilizations has been the brutal violence with which most nations have treated the nourishing earth. He specifies among the evils that have led to this result that they have cut down forests and caused rivers to overflow. 9. In another telling passage from the same early work, 1866, he writes of a secret harmony that exists between humanity and the natural world and warns that when reckless societies allow themselves to meddle with that which creates the beauty of their domain, they always end up regretting it. 10. What they come to regret is called disaster. As in the case of Venetos in general, disaster is the thing that haunts everyone, the thing that they spend their lives thinking about by not thinking about it. Rikla was struck by the fact that New Orleans was a city plagued by disaster. And he was perplexed by the seeming complacency of its inhabitants in the face of its ongoing disasters and occasional catastrophes. Soon after his arrival, he was to be stricken in one of the epidemics of yellow fever that periodically killed a large percentage of the city's population. But what made a greater impression on him at the time of his arrival were the spectacular fires that constantly plagued the city and ultimately destroyed almost all the architecture dating back to the 18th century. In New Orleans, the total destruction caused by fires is equivalent to half of the loss due to similar catastrophes throughout France. 11. He was understandably astounded that New Orleans, a city of 200,000 at that time, could have half as much destruction by fire as his own country, with its many millions of inhabitants. Rikla was also shocked by the terrible ongoing loss of life that took place on the river. He observes that from the construction of the first steamboat up to the present time, more than 40,000 persons have been burned or drowned in the Mississippi because of accidents of all sorts, including explosions, collisions, or fires, an average of 1,000 victims per year. 12. One of the most striking passages in his Voyage to New Orleans is his description of a fire on the river in which 7 large steamships in a row were consumed in flames and destroyed. New Orleans has continued to live with disaster and the threat of catastrophe, along with its continued propensity to think about the unthinkable by resolutely refusing to think about it. As mentioned, it has long been known on some level that a powerful hurricane directly hitting the city or coming close to it would produce a major disaster and possibly even destroy the city. In 1965, the relatively large Hurricane Betsy caused massive destruction and flooding and a number of deaths in and around the city and became part of local legend. Over the next 40 years the conditions for catastrophe have only been aggravated. All along there were those few voices crying out in the wilderness, and sometimes on behalf of the wilderness, but their sound was so faint that few noticed their existence. Local officials and media discussed the coming cataclysm only occasionally and exerted little pressure on behalf of adequate preventive measures. Requests for increased funding for hurricane protection were made, but both Congress and a fiscally conservative administration could safely ignore the problem and fund imperialist adventures instead, given the lack of outcry for a solution on the part of such seemingly willing victims of the imminent catastrophe. A heritage of violence. Another phenomenon that astounded Reclus was the level of crime and violence in antebellum New Orleans. He said that one town in the Wild West was apparently more violent, but apart from that single case, New Orleans was unsurpassed globally. The night watchmen are far too few in numbers to be very effective in preventing disasters. The most notorious criminals are hardly ever arrested, except when, emboldened by long success, they have the audacity to kill in broad daylight. Each year, several hundred murders are committed and duly reported by the press, but they are rarely pursued by the judges. However, criminal activity is so excessive that, in spite of the casual nature of justice, 25,000 to 30,000 arrests are made each year. 13 nostalgic Southerners, as they wave their little Confederate flags, still fantasize about an old South that was all magnolias and mint juleps, rather than murder and mayhem. Fortunately, we have Reclus to remind us of the deep roots of our heritage of violence, which was itself rooted in long traditions of racism, complacent conservatism, and social injustice. The local traditions that shocked Reclus a century and a half ago continue today. There are still several hundred murders per year in New Orleans. In the worst year there were 400, in addition to similarly astronomical rates for many other crimes. So it was not entirely surprising that in the chaos of the aftermath of Katrina there should be an outbreak of crime and violence. Many around the world were shocked by scenes of widespread violence and looting in the city after the storm and by later stories of massive desertions by the police and police participation in looting and theft. New Orleanians were appalled to see scenes of crowds carting off entire shelves of merchandise from stores as the police looked on, or joined in, and to hear reports that a military helicopter had been fired on, and that one of the major shopping malls been emptied and then set on fire. Some stories were the result of paranoid delusions, as the claim that hundreds of bodies of shooting victims piled up in the Superdome, though the coroner's office later reported that not a single body was actually found there. Yet, all the horror was not the product of fantasy. Reports of the rape of women trapped in the city by the storm, and of large numbers of elderly people being abandoned to drown helplessly or die in attics of heat exhaustion proved accurate. The issue of looting ultimately proved to be more complex than the media images implies. The great majority of the public accepted the fact that necessities should be taken from stores and used, but the ugly side of the free enterprise system was seen in frantic plunder of consumer goods for later resale. This was followed by legalized plunder as price gouging took effect for essentials such as emergency repairs on roofs, and large corporations raked in windfall profits from juicy contracts as they subcontracted the actual work to hard-working but underpaid laborers. As always, the most insidious violence is the systemic violence. The worst looting is the looting that is quite legal. Games of chance. The mayor of New Orleans stated several days ago that it will be necessary for decision-makers to think outside the box if the city is to recover successfully. He then proposed that the key to recovery would be reliance on tourism and shipping, the precise industries that the city has depended upon almost exclusively for most of the past century. His one slightly innovative idea was to build more gambling casinos for the tourists, since they have hitherto had only 2 within the city limits, plus a few more in the suburbs. So much for the boxed-in mind of His Honor the Mayor. The mayor's desperate hope that the city's fortunes can be improved by betting on games of chance recalls Reclus' comment on a certain economic delusion that he saw spreading in mid-19th century America. The American, he noted, is constantly on the lookout for opportunities, waiting for fortune to pass by so he can hop on and be carried away toward the land of El Dorado. 14 There is a sort of pathologically perverse logic to the mayor's gamble. Year after year we bet against the inevitable disaster and lost. Maybe if we keep betting on, and in, the casinos, we'll finally win. To many people, indeed to the masses of the populace, the world usually seems like a game of chance. Accordingly, catastrophe always appears like something out of the blue. It seems like something rather catastrophic. The reason for this is that the rules of the game remain carefully hidden. They are hidden by design, a design we call social ideology, and by a deeper design we call the social imaginary. However, if we make the effort we can gain insight into the nature of these designs, and into the character of the rules of the game. Catastrophe will then appear a bit less catastrophic in one sense, that of an overwhelming disaster that seemingly comes from nowhere. But it will appear more catastrophic in the root sense of the term. Catastrophe comes from the Greek for overturning. A catastrophe thus overturns what has been built up, and it is more or less catastrophic according to the nature of the structures that have been built up. So in order to understand the context of catastrophe we need to understand the structures of domination that have created the conditions of catastrophe. Reclus made an important contribution to just this kind of understanding. In reflecting on the problems of the city he concluded that what he called the urban question is inseparable from the more fundamental social question. This question, as posed by classical anarchist theory, concerns the nature of the existing system of social domination and the possibilities for the creation of a free, just, ecological society to replace it. If we apply such an analysis to the present question, we will see that the true nature of the Hurricane Katrina disaster in New Orleans can only be understood in relation to the development of underlying, long-term social conditions. We will find that the disaster reflects in very specific ways the interaction of major forms of domination that were analyzed in great detail by Reclus, especially in his magnum opus of Social Geographie L'Homme et la Terre 15 but also throughout his works. 16. It relates especially to three of these forms of domination. The first of these forms is the state. Reclus attacked the state apparatus and its bureaucracy for being hopelessly inefficient, for aggravating the problems it claimed to solve, for oppressing people through arbitrary and abusive actions, and for concentrating power in the hands of irresponsible and often arrogant officials. The second relevant form is racism. Reclus was unusual among classical radical theorists in grasping racism as a major form of domination, an understanding that resulted in large part from his experiences in Louisiana. And the third form is capitalism. Though Reclus was scathing in his critique of the state, racism, patriarchy, and other forms of domination, he was careful to identify capital as the overriding form in the modern period. The Hurricane Katrina disaster reflects very clearly the dialectic between these forms of domination. The most obvious aspect has been the blatant bureaucratic inefficiency of the various levels of government and of traditional aid agencies such as the Red Cross, in addition to the oppressiveness of the police. Only slightly less obvious has been the systemic racism that is reflected in the greater impact of the disaster on the black community, the scandalously slow rate at which essential aid reached it, the comparatively low level of aid that was given, the long delays in restoring basic services, and the prevention of community members from returning to their neighborhoods. Further below the surface, but even more deeply determining, are the effects of the priorities of capital. In New Orleans we see a failure to invest in the social, and social-ecological, infrastructure, the social-ecological base, as is quite appropriate from a capitalist standpoint for a community that works primarily in unskilled, labor-intensive, service industries such as tourism, food and beverage, entertainment, and gambling. The larger Southeast Louisiana region, with its reliance not only on tourism, but also on highly polluting, socially undesirable petrochemical and extractive industries, must be seen as a semi-peripheral sector, a sphere of greater exploitation relative to investment, within a core economy. Furthermore, racist patterns of urban development have resulted in an extreme concentration of personal wealth outside the city limits, and reinforced segregation within it, so that the city and the poorer areas within it become increasingly less significant from the standpoint of economic and political power and thus more dispensable socially. At least this is how things must necessarily appear from the systematically distorted perspective of the dominant system of power. Of course, that system does not grasp the organic connection between social and ecological phenomena. Occasionally, however, an event such as a major disaster offers some renewed hints that things are indeed interconnected. A state of disaster. Thus, the Katrina disaster revealed strikingly the connection between social and ecological crisis and the disastrous mode of functioning of the modern nation-state. It offered abundant evidence on behalf of reckless contention that bureaucracy impedes individual initiative in every way, and even prevents its emergence and delays, halts, and immobilizes the works that are entrusted to it. 17 Media around the world commented with amazement on the shocking ineptitude of the U.S. government in helping victims of the disaster. The huge gap between the imperial state's ability to destroy life and its ability to save it became painfully evident. For those caught in the midst of the disaster, it was galling to realize that the state can in a matter of minutes call in precision, or, tragically, not so precision, bombers to destroy a building on the other side of the planet suspected of containing enemy combatants, while for days on end it proved unable or unwilling to rescue storm survivors seen everywhere on global news media begging for help. 18. For a long time, there was very little aid of any kind to some of the most devastated areas, which were most often in poor and black communities. The city administration not only gave no official recognition or assistance to citizens' efforts at mutual aid and grassroots cooperation but instead engaged in active opposition to it. Citizens attempting to enter the city or to return after leaving were turned away at the city limits. At one point I was taking an injured volunteer to a hospital outside the city limits, since none were open inside the city, and was told that if we left we couldn't return. The same problem arose when leaving the city to seek supplies. For weeks on end it was often necessary to try several routes back into the city before finding police or National Guard members who were flexible enough to allow volunteers through roadblocks. Barring citizens from their houses and neighborhoods for over a month added to the initial devastation of the hurricane. Further needless destruction of homes and possessions took place during Hurricane Rita, which hit the city only a month after Katrina, as rainwater poured through damaged roofs, wind caused additional damage, mold continued to grow in water-damaged houses, and further looting took place in some areas. If there had not been a drought for the 6 weeks after Hurricane Katrina, with the exception of one day of heavy rain from Rita, destruction would certainly have been enormously greater. During the crisis, the state wreaked havoc not only by its exclusion of citizens from the city and its failure to deliver aid to storm victims, but also through its active persecution of those citizens who sought to save and rebuild their communities. Reckless in his important chapter of L'Homme et la Terre on the modern state, notes that minor officials exercise their power more absolutely than persons of high rank, who are by their very importance constrained by a certain propriety. Consequently, he says, the uncouth can give free rein to crass behavior, the violent can lash out as they please, and the cruel can enjoy torturing at their leisure. 19 Such behavior, which is so common on the part of those who govern us, was given free rein during the Katrina disaster. For example, both local and out-of-state police harassed 7th Ward community leader Mama D for remaining in her neighborhood, which was under an evacuation order, and operating an autonomous community self-help project. She was cursed at, called a prostitute, and threatened with arrest. Community activists Jeffrey Holmes and Andrea Garland created in their Upper 9th Ward neighborhood a toxic art exhibit, consisting of damaged artworks and political slogans, on the neutral ground, the New Orleans expression for median, in front of their home and art gallery. The exhibit was vandalized by the military that was patrolling the area, and later removed by the authorities. The police later raided the house and arrested Jeffrey on the ludicrous charge of disturbing the peace. 3 young volunteers in the 7th Ward, who were taking photos of the effects of looting and vandalism, were confronted by police. The police forced them to the ground, kicked one of them, the only African American in the group, and accused him of looting, held guns to their heads, subjected them to verbal abuse, and then unjustly arrested them all for trespassing. They spent the rest of the day and night on the concrete floor of the makeshift Greyhound Station prison and were told they had to plead guilty and do forced labor or be taken immediately to a state prison 100 miles away. Similar stories of abusive behavior by police and arrests without cause are common in post-Katrina New Orleans. On a street named Desire. So far I have dwelled primarily on the negative, what we might call the disastrous side of the disaster. However, I would like to turn to the positive and hopeful side of this experience, the extraordinary and inspiring efforts of local and outside volunteers, the re-emergence and flourishing of grassroots community, and the creation of hope for a qualitatively better future. Despite the suffering and tragedy around us, the weeks I've spent in New Orleans since the hurricane have undoubtedly been one of the most gratifying periods in my life. Seldom have I felt such a sense of the goodness of people, of their ability to show love and compassion for one another, and of their capacity to create spontaneous community. Out of this disaster has come extensive evidence of the power of voluntary cooperation and mutual aid based on love and solidarity that Reclus described so eloquently. Mutual aid, he said, is the principal agent of human progress. 20 In his view, the practice of mutual aid would begin with small groups of friends, affinity groups in effect, and extend out to larger and larger communities, ultimately transforming society as a whole. Let us found little republics within ourselves and around ourselves. Gradually these isolated groups will come together like scattered crystals and form the Great Republic. 21 Elsewhere, he says that the anarchist must work to free himself personally from all preconceived or imposed ideas, and gradually gather around himself friends who live and act in the same way. It is step by step, through small, loving, and intelligent associations, that the great fraternal society will be formed. 22 Reclus believes, based on his study of the vast sweep of the human story since its beginning, that such free association fulfills a deep longing that is deeply rooted in our nature and history. Anarchy, for Reclus, means much more than its negative dimension of anti-statism, opposition to coercion, and rebellion against arbitrary authority. It is, above all, a positive practice of social transformation and social regeneration based on non-dominating mutual aid and cooperation. Furthermore, it refers not only to the free, cooperative society of the future, but also to every aspect of that society that can be realized in the present, here and now. Reclus explains that anarchistic society has long been in a process of rapid development, and can be found wherever free thought breaks loose from the chains of dogma, wherever the spirit of inquiry rejects the old formulas, wherever the human will asserts itself through independent actions, wherever honest people, rebelling against all enforced discipline, join freely together in order to educate themselves, and to reclaim, without any master, their share of life, and the complete satisfaction of their needs. 23 The free community has enormous potential for rapid development precisely because it satisfies fundamental human needs and, above all, the long-suppressed need for that community itself. I have found a great deal of the spirit of voluntary cooperation and concern for people's real needs, in short, the spirit of the gift, in New Orleans over the past month. The most inspiring aspect of the recovery from the disaster has been this grassroots, cooperative effort to practice mutual aid and community self-help. A vast spectrum of local and outside grassroots organizations have been at work in the recovery effort. These include the Rainbow Family, Food Not Bombs volunteers from several states, the Common Ground Collective in Algiers, the Bywater Neighborhood Collective, the Soul Patrol in the 7th Ward neighborhood, the Family Farm Defenders from Wisconsin, the Pagan Cluster, and groups from Prescott College in Arizona, Appalachian State in North Carolina, and other colleges and universities. Individual volunteers have come from throughout the United States, from Canada, and from other countries, often linking up with local community groups or groups of volunteers from outside the state who are working with local groups. I felt great satisfaction when one young volunteer from a distant state said to me explicitly, "We came here to practice mutual aid." The idea is still very much alive. For the first week after my return I worked primarily with the collective in the Bywater neighborhood of the city, which was inspired by the Common Ground project across the river in the Algiers neighborhood. My friend Leni Halbert volunteered her house on Desire Street as the center for the group, which focused on preparing and distributing food to residents who remained in the city. A dozen or so volunteers stayed there or camped nearby, and many more came by to help. A Food Not Bombs group from New Haven joined the project, along with many other local and outside volunteers, including many anarchists. Lini's house became a focus of social activity and hope in a largely deserted neighborhood and city. The food deliveries lifted the spirits of many and were essential to others who were isolated, such as the elderly man who had not heard about the hurricane and flood several weeks after the events. A reporter from the New York daily newspaper Newsday did an article on the group, describing his first encounter with communitarian anarchists. The reporter explained that Lini had come back into town with some of the aforementioned communitarian anarchists, people who believe in do-it-yourself action within small groups. Her aim was to feed the hungry and bring water to the thirsty, to fix the broken homes of her neighbors and to offer a sense of community in their deserted streets. 24 He conceded that whatever Lini and her friends called themselves and whatever they believed, though, they were doing a good thing, and quoted Lini's own explanation of what our group was doing: "I just wanted to bring love back to my neighborhood." 25 This may be an offense to the militants and foolishness to the postmodernists, but it's as good a description of communitarian anarchism as I have heard. What might we conclude from these reflections? Rikla's philosophy of life was based on a deep love of humanity and nature, and on a profound faith that the community of humanity and nature can be regenerated and liberated through personal and small group transformation based on the practice of mutual aid and social cooperation. Though the Hurricane Katrina disaster has demonstrated the irrationality of the system of domination that Riklas analyzed so perceptively, it has also, in the forms of mutual aid and grassroots community that have emerged in the midst of crisis, offered powerful evidence of the viability of his vision of a future society based on love, justice, and freedom. Facing the future. It is now exactly 9 months since Hurricane Katrina. The past months have only reinforced the lessons that were learned in the first weeks after the storm. The abject failure and utter irrationality of the dominant system of state and corporate power have only become more obvious with the passage of time. On the other hand, we have seen growing evidence of the extraordinary and inspiring achievements possible through mutual aid and solidarity. As we enter the new hurricane season, the situation in New Orleans remains very dismal. The social crisis continues. Most of the members of our community remain scattered around the country in exile, dreaming of return while their homes and neighborhoods lie abandoned and rotting. As we watch the spectacle of hundreds of billions of dollars being squandered on wars of aggression, it is quite clear that the means to assure our exiled citizens the ability to return are abundantly available. Yet, there has been no large-scale, official effort to enable them to come home. Instead, we find a policy of de facto ethnic cleansing in which the generally poor and black majority of New Orleanians remain stranded in distant cities with few resources at their disposal. At the same time, vast areas of our city remain ruined, depopulated, and deteriorating. The means have also been available for a major rebuilding program to save these neighborhoods, but no such program has been undertaken. Even the piecemeal approach that would help a certain segment of needy homeowners has been plagued by delay and underfunding. What is even more troubling from a long-term perspective is that the city remains vulnerable to further massive devastation by the hurricanes and tropical storms that are expected to increase in frequency and intensity because of global climate change. Even if the repairs and reinforcement of the levees that are underway are completed, they are unlikely to prevent flooding, should another storm at the level of Katrina hit us in the coming months. Most disquieting of all, to those few who are capable of thinking about it, is the real possibility that the long-predicted big one might finally hit the city before a comprehensive protection plan is completed. In the worst-case scenario, 20 feet of water might cover even the higher ground and the city could remain underwater for months. No effective plan to protect us from such a killer storm has been adopted, much less put into effect. Neither has any plan been undertaken for comprehensive restoration of wetlands, which are our first line of defense against the kind of storm surge that was so devastating during Katrina. The games of chance continue. We have just seen a farcical political campaign for mayor and city council in which the enormity of the tragedy and the dangers of imminent catastrophe were not faced. The major candidates were all representatives of business interests and had no intention of raising any difficult questions about social injustice, racism, exclusion of the citizens from decision-making concerning their own communities, and, needless to say, the bankruptcy of the political and economic systems that caused the Katrina disaster. None really confronted the issue of the criminal negligence of the Corps of Engineers, the criminal eco-vandalism of coastal wetlands by the oil industry, or the disgrace of condemning a large segment of our citizenry to indefinite exile. Instead, they engaged in mindless and trivial quibbling over which of them has superior leadership ability. Each covets the distinction of leading this great and historic city, though the direction in which they plan to lead us only takes us further into the abyss of social and ecological disaster. The social crisis in New Orleans. It is difficult even to begin to summarize the diverse forms of injustice that we have seen over the months since Katrina. They have included de facto ethnic cleansing, mistreatment and exploitation of migrant workers, widespread police brutality, denial of prisoners' rights, collapse of the courts and legal system, unfair evictions, price gouging on rent, discriminatory housing policies, discriminatory reorganization of the school system, and gutting of the healthcare system, to mention some of the more important problems. Perhaps none of these problems illustrates the depth of the crisis more than does the issue of housing. Lack of available and affordable housing has been one of the major obstacles to the return of evacuees. While thousands of units of public housing suffered little damage, officials exaggerated that damage and have kept the vast majority of public housing residents, who have no other immediate options, from returning. In addition, landlords have often forced residents out of scarce rental units, at times through fraud and subterfuge, to enable them to raise rents drastically. This has effectively driven some residents out of their neighborhoods and prevented others from returning to the community. Some neighborhoods have even been threatened with complete destruction. HUD Secretary Alphonse Jackson notoriously questioned whether the entire Lower Ninth Ward neighborhood should even be rebuilt, though he later backtracked on this position. For the time being, residents who are homeowners are free to begin repair and rebuilding with the hope that sufficient density will be achieved to make their immediate neighborhoods viable. However, the difficulties that residents have experienced in moving back into many areas, lack of jobs, schools, and health care, inadequate funds for rebuilding, repairs, or rent, etc., makes the future of these neighborhoods questionable. In addition, we have seen the promotion of a new urbanist agenda for rebuilding that puts priority on creating diverse, mixed-income neighborhoods in place of predominantly poor, African American ones. The new urbanism was already applied before Katrina in the demolition of the St. Thomas housing project, which was replaced by an ersatz urban village development called River Garden. While St. Thomas residents were promised a large share of the new housing, in the end they received only 20% or less of the new units and the vast majority of the community was displaced. In a city with a 70% African American, and heavily poor, population, the redevelopment of neighborhoods into overwhelmingly affluent white enclaves has obvious implications. It is a strategy for reappropriating desirable real estate that the white elite foolishly abandoned during the white flight hysteria, by displacing a large segment of the poor African American population that now occupies much of these areas. As whites began to move out of deteriorated, obsolete older suburbs, room was created for a certain segment of the displaced black population to be relocated from historic and architecturally valuable areas ripe for redevelopment. However, the convenient post-Katrina exile of most of the black population to distant cities has been an even more effective solution to any displacement problem that might stand in the way of the new urbanist ethnically cleansed utopia. Post-Katrina housing problems have offered vast opportunities for profiteering. One of the most pressing needs in the effort to preserve our housing stock after Katrina was adequate tarping of roofs to prevent further water damage. Official policy has consistently subordinated community needs to exploitative programs that favor large corporations. In this particular case, large companies were paid $150 to $175 per 100 square feet to install temporary tarps for roofs. After several layers of subcontracting and skimming off of profits, the small companies and crews that finally installed the tarps were sometimes paid as little as $10 per square for doing the actual physical work. Thus, there has been up to a 1,750% markup on actual productive labor, an absurd increase that even defies credibility. The companies at the top of the pyramid justified their plunder in the name of overhead, but it is in fact a clear case of opportunistic exploitation of disaster. Furthermore, considerable funding that could have subsidized permanent roofing for residents who are in need, and who deserve restorative justice, was squandered on what is essentially corporate welfare. It is tragic that an image that sticks in the minds of many TV viewers is the looter walking out of a store with a case of beer or a boom box in the few days after Katrina. These viewers miss the more complex issues that remain invisible in the mainstream media. This is the tragic story of the ongoing plunder of billions of dollars by rapacious capitalists, while real grassroots recovery receives sadly inadequate funding. The environmental crisis in New Orleans. The criminal negligence of the federal government in its levee design policies has become blatantly evident, as careful analysis of the disaster has progressed over the past months. Corps of Engineers Commander Lieutenant General Strzok stated before Congress that levees were never intended to protect against a Category 4 hurricane such as Katrina. This statement is in itself damning, since the charge of the Corps has been to protect the city from catastrophic flooding, yet it indicates that the Corps had no plans to protect the city from inevitable Category 4 or 5 hurricanes, which are becoming increasingly more likely in view of global warming and generally increased storm activity. In fact, the Corps' standard project hurricane, which is defined as the most severe storm that is considered reasonably characteristic of a region, was based on ridiculously obsolete data and assumed a level of storm activity that had already been exceeded several times in very recent Gulf Coast climatic history. However, the effects of Hurricane Katrina itself we now know were only those of a low Category 3 hurricane. So the Corps not only failed to prepare for the climatic realities of the region, but also failed to achieve even the inadequate protection that it claimed to have as its goal. On April 5, General Strzok told the United States Senate Subcommittee on Energy and Water, "We have now concluded we had problems with the design of the structure." This ludicrously ironic understatement is not much of a concession, given the level of negligence and malfeasance by the Corps and the enormity of the resulting disaster. Studies based on information that has long been available now show numerous design flaws in many levees. To mention only the most outrageous one, the Corps designed levees in which sheet metal extended only a short distance down into layers of sand that were susceptible to seepage and undermining by canal water, rather than using longer sheets that would have reached a layer of impervious clay. While Strzok and the Corps continue to claim that such problems didn't come to light prior to Katrina, in reality, studies by the Corps as early as 1986 suggested the possibility of failure based on inadequate wall design. Anyone interested in the details of the greatest engineering disaster in U.S. history should read Ivar Van Heerden's excellent analysis The Storm 26, which presents all the shocking details. It is clear that the Corps of Engineers caused the Katrina disaster through its malfeasance, and thus the federal government should be fully liable for damages to the lives and property of the victims. Evidence of the role of wetland loss in the disaster is also now quite clear. If we still had the wetlands that existed 50 years ago and that have been destroyed in the pursuit of maximizing economic exploitation, flooding from Hurricane Katrina resulting from the storm surge from the south and east would have been, at worst, moderate rather than catastrophic. It is now known that the Mississippi River Gulf Outlet, MRGO, which was constructed at a huge cost to benefit a few corporations, has eaten up an enormous expanse of wetlands and during Katrina acted as a funnel for storm surge, and vastly increased devastation and deaths. However, the overwhelmingly greatest single factor in overall wetlands loss has been the canalization of coastal areas by the oil industry to support drilling and movement of equipment. Over 2,000 square miles of wetlands, an area almost the size of the state of Delaware, have been lost in the last half-century as the result of this activity. On the other hand, in the same period the oil industry has produced nearly 20 billion barrels of oil in Louisiana's offshore waters, and at peak production the state was producing over 300 million barrels per year. Enormous wealth has been generated for the national and global economies. However, Louisiana has reaped few economic benefits, while suffering the consequences of massive pollution, destruction of the natural beauty of coastal areas, and the loss of its natural protection from hurricane disasters. There is an enormous issue of restorative justice here. Justice requires minimally that the oil industry be required to undo the enormous harm that it has inflicted on Louisiana in the course of its reckless pursuit of profit by underwriting a significant portion of the cost of restoration programs. A viable plan to restore Louisiana's coastline has long existed, and its price tag has been estimated at $14 billion, a small fraction of the $200 to $300 billion estimated cost of Hurricane Katrina's damage. Van Heerden estimates that a comprehensive program to build effective levees and floodgates and also to restore wetlands would cost a total of $30 billion. In September 2005, newspapers featured a headline announcing the Bush administration's proposal for $250 million for wetlands restoration. Perhaps many readers thought that this was a generous step in the right direction, but what most of them did not probably grasp was that this allocation, even if it were carried out, which it has not been yet, was less than 1% of the total funds needed to restore our wetlands and complete the public works projects necessary to protect the region. In view of the responsibility of the federal government for creating the disaster, such a level of response is grotesque. Mike Tidwell, author of Bayou Farewell 27, has been one of the few commentators to describe our current dilemma with stark clarity: to encourage people to return to New Orleans, as Bush is doing, without funding the only plan that can save the city from the next big one is to commit an act of mass homicide. 28. Mutual aid and solidarity in New Orleans. At the same time that the state and corporate capitalism have shown their ineptitude in confronting our fundamental social and ecological problems, the grassroots recovery movement has continued to show its strength, its effectiveness, and its positive vision for the future. Most importantly, within this large and diverse movement, some have begun to lay the foundation for a participatory, democratically self-managed community based on mutual aid and solidarity. The Common Ground Collective has been at the heart of this recovery movement from the beginning, and has been the major force within it that has focused on putting a transformative vision into practice. Common Ground was founded in the Algiers neighborhood of New Orleans only 1 week after Hurricane Katrina, when, according to a now legendary account, 3 friends sitting around a kitchen table, with only a cell phone, $50, and their own energy, imagination, and compassion to work with, decided to take direct action to save the community. 29 The former Black Panther leader and longtime Green activist Malik Rahim is one of Common Ground's strongest guiding spirits and its main visionary. Malik's vision includes not only the immediate disaster relief and first response for which Common Ground initially became well known, but also more far-reaching programs such as sustainable and environmentally sound rebuilding and a solidarity economy based on workers' cooperatives and other forms of mutual aid. Over 8,000 volunteers have participated in Common Ground's projects over the 9 months since Katrina, and its aid programs have helped 80,000 people. 30 Common Ground volunteers range from students who have come for a week at Thanksgiving or spring break to long-term relief workers who have stayed for months or even moved to New Orleans for long periods to work as permanent staff members. In March alone, 2,600 volunteers from 220 colleges, 50 states, and at least 8 countries came to work with Common Ground. During that single month, volunteers gutted 232 houses, 4 schools, and 1 church. The work of the volunteers saved the community and residents the equivalent of $1.5 million in paid labor. Common Ground is now an important presence in a number of neighborhoods and has instituted a wide spectrum of programs to serve diverse needs of the community. Its main center has moved 3 times to accommodate its rapidly expanding activities and is now located at St. Mary of the Angels School in the city's ravaged 9th Ward. Every classroom in the school building is filled with cots and the center can now house up to 500 volunteers at one time. Common Ground operates several distribution centers, 2 media centers, a women's center, a community kitchen, several clinics, and various sites for housing volunteers. Its current projects include house gutting, mold abatement, roof tarping, tree removal, temporary housing, safety and health training, a community newspaper, community radio, bioremediation, a biodiesel program, computer classes, childcare co-ops, worker co-ops, legal assistance, eviction defense, prisoner support, after-school and summer programs, anti-racism training, and wetlands restoration work. Portraits of Tragedy and Hope. Francesco de Santis is an embedded artist, visual folklorist, and longtime Common Ground volunteer. He arrived in New Orleans on September 11, 2005, less than 2 weeks after Hurricane Katrina, and I met him a week later on Desire Street. He had already begun talking to survivors, evacuees, and volunteers and sketching their portraits. He went on to create the Post-Katrina Portrait Story Project, a collection of over 1,000 powerful and expressive portraits, on each of which the survivor or volunteer has written his or her story. The project became one of the official projects of the Common Ground Collective, and collections of portraits could be found on the walls of various Common Ground sites. Francesco also put hundreds of pages of these images and texts online. 31. Francesco's work is a beautiful and eloquent expression of communitarian anarchist values of communal solidarity and voluntary cooperation based on mutual aid. In the foreword to the collection, he describes the outlook that guided his project. Respecting the heritage of those displaced or dispossessed by disaster is mandatory for disaster relief work. Awareness of regionality is a crucial dimension of politics. New Orleanians in particular tend to have a very strong sense of neighborhood and local culture, sadly lacking in lands overtaken by suburban and ex-urban sprawl, car culture, corporate monoculture, and mass media consolidation. And recognizing this upon arrival won my heart over. 32. Even a few brief excerpts from the Portrait Story Project say more than many pages of analysis possibly could about tragedy and hope, trauma and transcendence, and the practical meaning of disaster anarchism. Many passages in the portraits evoke the experience called the dark night of the soul, the descent into the depths of one's being that for ages has been seen as the harbinger of spiritual rebirth and awakening. A volunteer relates such an experience powerfully, strikingly juxtaposing images of darkness and light, waking and reawakening. At night, it gets dark. Darker than I ever knew a city could become. Now the stars can finally be seen. Last night, I woke to the shaking of my room. The walls were rattling and the whole house moved. I clung to my bed. The earth was quaking and I thought, this is it. Pieces of the world were coming apart and I tried to grasp onto the remaining fragments of reality before it was all gone. I woke again. It is an experience of the world coming apart. A survivor tells of the trauma of her waking nightmare. You are looking at the face of a traumatized Katrina survivor. Katrina came and uprooted my family and community like a thief in the night. Been to so many places. You can never know what it was like for me and my child to see everything disappear right in front of our faces. The media lies. So did the people that told me they were taking me somewhere safe, but instead tossed us under a bridge, held at gunpoint without food or water for days on end. I was lied to when they told me my child and I would be transported to the same place they lied and separated us. It is an experience of the seeming disappearance of everything. Other passages recount the traumatic confrontation with death or the threat of death, along with the disintegration of everyday normality. A volunteer at Charity Hospital describes his horror at finding a Katrina diary written on a marker board in the flooded hospital during the first days after the flood. The tone of the entries by the trapped survivors changes from hopeful expectation the first day to panic and despair by the 6th. Day 1, we are all okay. Day 2, we are all okay. Day 3, help is on the way. Day 4, where is the help? Day 5, bodies floating in the water. Where is the help? Day 6, we are all going to die. It is the experience of the reality of mortality. The portraits are the story of this trauma. But their deepest and most pervasive message concerns what emerged from this devastating, disorientating experience. As Hegel teaches, the confrontation with contingency and death can free one from the empire of the everyday. It can allow a distracted and superficial everyday self to recognize, to respond to, and to give way to a larger reality. The woman who was mistreated and separated from her child moved beyond the trauma to activism. She says in the end, "This is my home. I want to return to and give back to and help rebuild my community. My name is Miss Donna and I am a survivor of Katrina, the U.S. government, FEMA and media." Miss Donna went on to become a key figure in Common Ground and to coordinate its Women's Center. Similarly, the charity hospital volunteer responded to his encounter with human tragedy with resolution to help. He says that the thought of the desperation experienced by the flood victims still moves him to tears, "But this is why I'm still here." Repeatedly, one finds images of awakening, and references to a new awareness. A survivor says, "My eyes have been opened wide to those of you who have come from afar to help us. I see your eyes open to us and our lives. I see the hope and promise of a new day." A volunteer says, "There is something special about living in a disaster zone. I would explain it as a change in the perception of reality. Mundane events become far more meaningful. The extraordinary, the marvelous, and even the miraculous are found at the heart of the ordinary." A photographer from the mainstream media writes of working in a devastated area in the 9th Ward, and of finding realities beyond the reach of that mainstream. "I realized that I was in a place that had been invisible to me, the rest of white America, and to the world before Katrina tore the lid off it." He was one of many volunteers who was haunted by his experience, and irresistibly drawn back to New Orleans. "I came back in December because I did not want the darkness and neglect, my own and everyone else's, to descend on this place again." A volunteer who had previously worked with the Red Cross writes of her experience of personal and political change. She says that in working with Common Ground she found authenticity and a model of people being the power instead of the bureaucracy. She says, "This one-week experience struck me so much that for 3 months at home I just wanted to come back." She returned, and is moved by seeing flowers and birds coming back literally and figuratively. She concludes that out of deep hurt can come beautiful transformation personally and collectively. Many volunteers express such a feeling of engagement with people and communities, and with their needs, their problems, and their possibilities. They began to realize that such active involvement was something that they had consciously or unconsciously longed for. I spoke to a nurse with Common Ground Health Clinic who said that she had been waiting all of her professional life for this experience. Volunteers and survivors often described the experience of a break with conventional reality, and the emergence of a new time and space of possibility. A volunteer who rushed from the Aegean coast immediately after Katrina, says that he learned that what matters most in the wake of Katrina is that there was a system crack in which new realities had become possible. As a result of this crack or break, we now have the chance to help enact a transformation. He, like many, found that in the midst of disaster there is a reappearance of the outside, that powerful otherness that challenges the official reality and creates previously unimaginable possibilities. He found renewed faith in the possibility of widespread social change, as he imagined the effects of all points radiating out from this our swampy heaven. One survivor, in the midst of suffering and disaster, was able to say, "I have had and am having one of the greatest experiences ever," and, of her still largely destroyed city, "I love this place." Similar sentiments were expressed by many. What such often expressed sentiments signify is, in part, that out of disaster has come an ability to experience the beauty, the wonder, and the sacredness of the place, and of the people of the place. Once again, perhaps for the first time since the enchanted world of childhood, one achieves the capacity to perceive the extraordinary within the ordinary. The trivial aspects of life are pushed to the side and one appreciates the intrinsic value of persons and things. Such sentiments are also a response to qualitatively different forms of activity that had begun to take place in that place. One could become deeply immersed in action that expresses values such as mutual aid, solidarity, love of the community, compassion, sharing, the spirit of the gift, equality, anti-hierarchy, the quest for justice, and outrage against the manifold abuses of racism, capitalism, sexism, authoritarianism, bureaucratism, and all forms of oppression, exploitation, and domination. One could experience one's own activity as intrinsically valuable. After an account of desperate and often frustrating struggles against overwhelming challenges, one volunteer concluded that a revolution is being born. This is easy to dismiss as hyperbole, the naive enthusiasm of someone caught up in the moment. But that's precisely the point. There is a transformative moment that can become a powerful reality, if one has the negative capability to be caught up in it. It becomes the decisive moment, the moment of insight. It becomes the revolutionary moment, the moment in which things begin to turn around. The crucial question is whether this moment will lead to many other such moments. The answer is in the lives of the thousands who were caught up in those moments. Who knows where they will lead? How caught up are they? There are hints about the extent of such possibilities. Sometime after Katrina, a young woman from Romania contacted me, saying mysteriously that she was on her way to New Orleans from England, that she needed to talk to me, and that she would tell me why when she got here. When we met, she told me that she had been a student in Oxford, and her roommate there had been a volunteer in New Orleans after Katrina, and had spoken very movingly to her of that experience. She said that she did not want to return to Romania, and that she felt that England was spiritually dead. She had crossed the ocean looking for spiritual life, for meaningful engagement in the world. What she had heard about post-Katrina New Orleans had inspired her. She decided that she had a vocation here, perhaps to study philosophy, but above all to become immersed in the life of the community and to serve it. I don't know what she is doing now, but her story is only one of many like it. The best are full of passionate intensity. There is a convergence of such stories, in which a personal quest becomes more and more a collective reality. There develops, in Proudhon's words, a force collective, which is also a force imaginaire. It draws together many in whom dwells, to use Landauer's words, the same spirit. It makes possible the impossible community. The few excerpts from the portraits quoted here only begin to convey the depth, the beauty, the humanity, and the spirit of hope expressed in these works. What they and many similar experiences show is that the trauma of disaster can lead in very divergent directions. One direction is the disaster capitalism that is exhibited in rampant profiteering, exploitation of migrants and other workers, and predatory development projects. Another is the disaster fascism that is manifested in police brutality, racist stereotyping of survivors, and ethnic cleansing of neighborhoods and communities. In a certain sense, both of these developments are merely an extrapolation and intensification of business as usual. But finally, there is a disaster anarchism that breaks radically with this ordinary course of things. It consists of an extraordinary flourishing of love, compassion, solidarity, mutual aid, and voluntary cooperation. Within it there emerges a strong sense of the possibility of a qualitatively different way of life, through the actual experience of that other way of living. Through crisis, people are shocked into a renewed awareness of their shared humanity, of what is, on the deepest existential level, of most value to them as human beings. They grasp the simple truth that the young Marx expressed so well when he said that the greatest wealth for the human being is the other human being. As a well-worn cliché tells us, crisis is a time of both danger and opportunity. The danger lies in the familiar depredations of disaster capitalism and disaster fascism. The opportunity lies in the often neglected possibilities of transformative disaster anarchism. 9. The common good. Sarvodaya and the Gandhian legacy. The Sarvodaya movement in India. One of the most brilliant and powerful diagnoses of the tragedies and contradictions of what is called development is Arundhati Roy's article The Greater Common Good. In it, she delineates the catastrophic effects of the dam building program in India that has constructed 4,000 dams while displacing perhaps 40 million people. This vast undertaking has benefited some, most particularly the more powerful and the more affluent. But their gain has been at the expense of the poorest and the most oppressed, and above all, the Adivasi, or tribal people of India. These victims of maldevelopment have seen only growing immiseration and deracination, as their traditional communities and forms of livelihood have been destroyed. All this devastation has been carried out, Roy observes sardonically, in the name of the greater common good. Her account of this tragedy impels us to think about the meaning of concepts such as common and good, and the ways that they are at the center of global struggles everywhere today. Looming in the background of the struggle in India over dams and displacement are the towering figures of Mohandas Gandhi, the father of the Indian nation, and Jawaharlal Nehru, the first Prime Minister of India and the founder of a powerful political dynasty. Roy cites the famous dictum of Nehru that dams are the temples of modern India. This is a telling pronouncement, one of those rare occasions when power speaks truth to everyone else, revealing much more than it probably intended. What it betrays in this particular case is that the global struggles over the common and the good are struggles over what we hold to be most sacred. To use Kantian terminology, they are struggles over what we see as being beyond mere price and as having a higher dignity. For Nehru, the sacred was embodied above all in the massive infrastructure of the industrializing economy. For Gandhi, it dwelled in the life activity of the 700,000 villages of India that for him constituted the true India, the Indian nation as a community of communities. However, this traditional world of the village was destined to become marginalized, to become the part of no part, the constitutive exception to Nehru's triumphant modern India. It is a hardly trivial exception, since it still makes up nearly 3/4 of India. And it has reproduced its exceptionality on a massive scale in the urban villages that are no villages of today into which so many displaced rural people have crowded. These are the sprawling, densely packed slum villages of the megalopolises, the villages of shacks and makeshift huts, the roadside villages of tarp dwellings, the open-air villages of sidewalk dwellers and roof dwellers. These urban villages, like their neglected counterparts across the Indian countryside, have never gotten the message that the world is flat and that the bounty of equal opportunity capitalism is now trickling down upon them. Point 2. Today, there is no official debate about which temples are appropriate for globalized humanity. According to the dominant consensus, it is assumed that all must worship at the altar of superpower, and that its temples are not only its megadams, but also its skyscrapers, its nuclear reactors, its industrial parks, its hypermalls, its military installations, and its supertankers. The only remaining question, at least for the officials and the opinion makers, is the degree to which these temples should be administered by the state, by the corporations, or by an alliance between the two. However, on the ground, where people actually live, the debate is not over. Archie, the realm of domination, is certainly dominant, but the Gandhian legacy lives on in community-based movements for radical decentralization, grassroots participatory democracy, the solidarity economy, and the defense of land and place. It is time to re-examine the roots of this tradition. The Gandhian movement is called Sarvodaya. Literally, this means the welfare of all. However, it would not be incorrect to say that its deepest meaning is the common good. The Gandhian tradition opposes a radically libertarian and communitarian conception of this common good to the dominant one that identifies it with the demands of economic and political power, and with the logic of instrumental rationality. In a sense, the entire global struggle today between local communities and hierarchical systems of power reflects this opposition, and might still be symbolized by these emblematic figures of Gandhi and Nehru. The roots of revolution. One of the cardinal principles of Sarvodaya is Swadeshi, or devotion to one's land. Swadeshi is usually identified with the idea of economic self-sufficiency, as exemplified by Gandhi's anti-colonial campaign against imports from England, and by his movement for village economic self-reliance. However, as historically significant as these applications have been, the concept has much wider implications. As Gandhi stated it, Swadeshi implies, I should make use of the indigenous institutions and serve them by curing them of their proved defects. 3. Gandhi taught, in accord with this principle, that one should work with, develop, and improve indigenous cultural and spiritual traditions, traditional participatory political practices, and deeply rooted, local forms of production. In Hegelian terms, Gandhianism presupposes that there is an invaluable reservoir of ethical substantiality upon which the movement for liberation can draw. Social transformation today thus has a material and historical basis in existing values, ideals, practices, and institutions. Such transformation is at once a form of radical social revolution and a form of organic social evolution, synthesizing a radical break with the system of domination in the major spheres of institutions, ideology, imaginary, and ethos, with a radical continuity in all these spheres, stemming from the community's deep roots in the earth, the land, and in its own history. Sarvodaya is therefore a libertarian, communitarian vision of the quest for another world, altermondialisme in the strongest sense of the term, a seemingly impossible world, which, like the impossible community, is in fact possible, because it is and has been in so many ways actual. An example of Gandhian radicalism as rootedness is offered by its relation to the ancient institution of the chaupal. The chaupal is a traditional space in the Indian village that is sacred, common, and open to all. Pranaja summarizes its basic characteristics as follows. The chaupal is a common place, owned by the all villagers. No individual or family can claim to have the individual ownership of the place identified as chaupal. It is a place where villagers of all rank, age, castes, and faith sit together and discuss serious and non-serious issues. It is a place where usually the village elders and traditional panchas sit to solve the individual or communal disputes. Sometimes the chaupal has no fixed venue. The place where the village elders and panchas sit to sort out some disputes or to take some collective decisions for the welfare of the villagers is called the chaupal. 5. Jha notes that the chaupal has had many uses, including educational activities, religious rituals, shamanic rites, and healing processes. However, there is one quality shared by all forms: it is open for everybody. 6. Jha claims that Gandhi's whole program of Swaraj or local autonomy is rooted in the tradition of chaupal, in that it is based on the active, direct participation of all in the life of the village community. Moreover, many other aspects of Sarvodaya, the ashrams and camps, the khadi spinning and weaving centers, and the prayers and meetings and dining were all to take place in a chaupal-like atmosphere. 7. This exemplifies the fact that the Gandhian movement has been much more than a break with or reactive response to the dominant imperial system. Rather, it has been a positive development of underlying traditions and practices upon which the imperial system was superimposed. It has also not been a mere return to and reaffirmation of what had been suppressed by empire. Rather, it has been a radicalization of traditional institutions so that they could take on liberatory forms that had never before been achieved. Gandhian Anarchism. The fact that Sarvodaya is firmly rooted in Indian traditions is perhaps less surprising than the degree to which it is rooted quite specifically in the anarchist tradition. It will therefore be useful to focus in some detail on its explicitly anarchistic dimensions. The depth of the anarchist roots of Sarvodaya are seldom appreciated even by its many anarchist admirers. Yet, it would not be an exaggeration to describe it as the largest movement of anarchist inspiration since the destruction of the Spanish anarchist organizations at the end of the Spanish Civil War. Thomas Vedekal, in one of the most comprehensive studies of the movement, summarizes Gandhi's ultimate goal for India as an anarchist society in which there would be no state, no private property, no police, no military, no law courts and no organized religion. He concludes that the pure ideal of Gandhi is an ideal of philosophical anarchism, a stateless, classless society marked by voluntary cooperation. 8. There is abundant evidence for this conclusion, in the ideas of Gandhi himself, in those of his foremost successor, Vinoba Bhave, and in many aspects of the Sarvodaya movement's organizational structure and practice. Ostergaard and Carrel, in one of the most comprehensive studies of Sarvodaya, state that though they conceptualize the movement as an Indian version of anarchism, it might also be thought of as an Indian expression of communitarian socialism. 9. It follows that one might also describe it as communitarian anarchism. They point out many areas of convergence and a few points of divergence between Sarvodaya and traditional Western anarchism. Common points include a rejection of private property, the ideal of synthesizing freedom and equality, an affirmation of the dignity and value of all forms of work, a belief in political and economic decentralization, stress on the centrality of the local community and assembly, the rejection of parliamentary politics and representative government, and support for direct action by the people. They also mention some ways in which Sarvodaya diverges from many forms of Western anarchism, including the central place that the former accords to religion and spirituality, its often extreme asceticism, the place of nonviolence in its worldview, its focus on the immediate realization of a radically transformed way of life, and its willingness to tolerate existing institutions as the new society progressively grows and replaces them. Point 10. Most of these points of difference do not make Sarvodaya any less anarchistic. They do, however, show that it is closer in many ways to the communitarian anarchism of Landauer and the position of many so-called utopian socialists than it is to the better-known forms of Western anarchism, e.g. Proudhon's mutualism, Bakunin's collectivism, and anarcho-syndicalism. One can see a striking similarity to many of Landauer's ideas, such as his emphasis on the centrality of spirit in social transformation, his belief in social change through cooperative experiments, and his focus on the immediate creation of a sphere of non-dominating, non-exploitative, non-statist relationships. Landauer's conception of revolutionary practice has much in common with Gandhi's program of direct action through assertive satyagraha and the creation of positive cooperative alternatives. Landauer's best-known idea, that of displacing the state progressively through the creation of non-statist relationships, parallels Gandhi's idea of replacing the state with a growing sphere of Sarvodaya organizations and villages. A significant point of divergence is Gandhi's promotion of extreme asceticism, which, it should be noted, came in for considerable criticism within the Gandhian movement itself at an early date. Landauer's communitarianism, like Sarvodaya, emphasizes the importance of dedicated work and constructive activity, but it also places much more emphasis on the need for an affirmative ethos of joy and personal fulfillment. Gandhian anti-statism. The popular image of the Gandhian movement as being primarily a form of struggle for national liberation and independence is a serious misconception. It is, of course, true that one of the movement's central goals was the deliverance of India from British imperial domination. However, its ultimate purpose was far from the creation and perpetuation of an Indian nation-state, much less the nationalistic glorification of such a state. In reality, the central focus of Gandhianism is on replacing the centralized nation-state with a decentralized society consisting of free, self-managed communities working together through voluntary cooperation. As Vinoba states, where the power is centralized, democracy in the true sense cannot function properly. 11 According to Gandhi, Swaraj, or self-rule, means continuous effort to be independent of government control, whether it is foreign government or whether it is national. 12 Thus, the questioning of the very form of the centralized nation-state is intrinsic to the Gandhian political outlook. Gandhian anti-statism, though not widely understood, follows directly from what is perhaps the best-known tenet of the Gandhian philosophy, the principle of ahimsa, or nonviolence. As Ostergaard and Carrel point out, the anarchism of Sarvodaya is, in fact, arrived at largely, if not wholly, by spelling out the social and political implications of Gandhi's reinterpretation of the principle of nonviolence. 13 Gandhi emphasized the obvious, but commonly repressed, truth that if violence is a great evil, then there is no greater social evil than the centralized state, the systematic organization of massive force and violence. In Gandhi's words, the state represents violence in an organized and concentrated form. The individual has a soul, but as the state is a soulless machine, it can never be weaned from violence to which it owes its very existence. 14 For Gandhi, the alternative to such concentrated violence and coercion is a system of non-coercive, voluntary cooperation, that is, anarchy. Accordingly, he states, echoing Thoreau, that state will be the best governed which is governed the least, and defines the ideally nonviolent state as an ordered anarchy. 15. Gandhi also shares the anarchist tradition's deep skepticism concerning political parties and party politics. His last will and testament, written just the day before he was assassinated, is an astounding document in which he advocates a radical change of direction for the Congress Party, the dominant political force in newly independent India. He proposed to disband the existing Congress organization so that it would flower into a Lok Sabha Sangh. This means that it would transform itself into an association for the service of the people that would promote the far-reaching Sarvodaya program in each village, rather than focusing on electoral politics. He sees this service as including such endeavors as the promotion of racial, religious, and sexual equality, local self-reliance, and universal education, and that this would be the primary work of the movement. 16. Gandhi's successor, Vinoba Bhave, held such anti-statist convictions at least as vehemently as did Gandhi himself. Vinoba judges that if the world is afflicted with any malady, it is that of government. 17. Sarvodaya envisions, he says, a social order which will be free not only from every form of exploitation but also from every form of governmental authority. 18. He qualifies this by explaining that for the foreseeable future this will mean primarily the abolition of centralized government. The powers of the government, he says, will be decentralized and distributed among the villages. Every village will be a state in itself, the center will have only nominal authority over them. 19. However, for Vinoba also, the long-range goal is a radically anarchistic one, not only the withering away of the centralized state, but an end to all governmental authority, at every level. He foresees that gradually, we shall reach a stage when authority in every form will have become unnecessary and will therefore fade away, giving rise to a perfectly free society. 20. Vinoba seeks to rehabilitate the concept of anarchy as the alternative to statism, and to combat the negative use of that term. He notes that administrators have spread fear of anarchy everywhere in order to make people submit meekly to their rule, however bad it may be, and remarks that if the state produces economic inequality, it will be right to destroy it and to establish anarchy. 21. He is particularly critical of the evils of government bureaucracy, perhaps partly in reaction to the strongly statist direction the Indian regime took after independence. He judges that the chief cause of all the turmoil and unrest found in the world is the managerial class. 22. And that the present democracy is a slave of bureaucracy. 23. Vinoba, like Gandhi, is thus very clear about the meaning of Sarvodaya's anarchism. It is a movement for power at the base, in the local communities and workplaces of India, and a movement against domination, in the form of concentrated economic power, and the power of the violent, centralized bureaucratic state. Satyagraha as revolutionary direct action. The famous guiding principle of Gandhian social struggle is Satyagraha. The term comes from the root satya, which means truth, and agraha, which means firmness, insistence, or holding to. Gandhi also described it as love force or soul force. He stresses that it is the opposite of passive resistance, in that it is an active and affirmative force for truth and justice. He recognizes its connection with Thoreau's concept of civil disobedience, which strongly influenced him, though he says that he developed it before he discovered Thoreau's ideas. He observes that it might also be called civil resistance. Satyagraha has many links with the anarchist tradition of direct action, and makes a major contribution to that tradition. In recent times, some forms of anarchist direct action have been criticized for exhibiting tendencies toward individualism, adventurism, and machismo. Satyagraha shows that uncompromising direct action does not have to fall into any of these traps, and offers a powerful historical example of direct action that is community-based and grounded in careful reflection on the common good. Gandhi holds that Satyagraha is effective because it awakens the community to the enormous reserve of power that it possesses but ordinarily fails to recognize. He echoes the great libertarian thinker Etienne de la Boétie, who in his discourse on voluntary servitude explained that the few who monopolize concentrated power can only do so with the tacit acceptance, and, indeed, active cooperation of the vast majority who unwittingly alienate that power to them. 24 According to Gandhi, the rich cannot accumulate wealth without the cooperation of the poor in society. If this knowledge were to penetrate to and spread amongst the poor, they would become strong and would learn how to free themselves by means of nonviolence from the crushing inequalities which have brought them to the verge of starvation. 25. It is this belief in the vast power of an activated, solidaristic community that is the basis for the Gandhian commitment to revolutionary direct action. Satyagraha is often described as nonviolent action, and this certainly describes much of its content. However, it is not an exhaustive depiction of this practice, and it would be a mistake to identify Gandhianism with dogmatic, absolutist pacifism. Gandhi certainly taught that the most diligent pursuit of peace, nonviolence, and a non-coercive society was central to the idea of Sarvodaya. However, he realized there are exceptional cases in which violence is the only means of minimizing coercion and harm. It should be recognized that his admission that in the short term a village might have to accept paying taxes to a coercive centralized state, even while working to create a non-violent, non-statist world is, in effect, an acceptance of compromise with massive violence. In the following passage, Gandhi explicitly considers a case in which he would counsel an individual act of violence. I do believe that where there is only a choice between cowardice and violence, I would advise violence. Thus, when my eldest son asked me what he should have done, had he been present when I was almost fatally assaulted in 1908, whether he should have run away and seen me killed or whether he should have used his physical force, which he could and wanted to use, and defended me, I told him that it was his duty to defend me even by using violence. I would rather have India resort to arms in order to defend her honor than that she should in a cowardly manner become or remain a helpless witness to her own dishonor. 26. Arundhati Roy has commented aptly on the inapplicability of Gandhian nonviolence in the case of tribal people of the forests who have recently been attacked by tens of thousands of paramilitary troops. They have been subjected to mass slaughter, rapes, and the burning of their villages. Roy asks rhetorically whether these impoverished, oppressed, malnourished people should perhaps stage a hunger strike. She adds that if they did undertake such a futile strategy, there would be no mass media lurking around in the forest to report it to the public. Roy's point is, of course, well taken. Nonviolence is a powerful strategy, and, of course, much more than a strategy, but there are times when its use will allow greater violence to take place. What is more, a case can be made that Gandhi himself would have rejected a rigid adherence to Gandhian nonviolence in situations such as this one. Swaraj and the structure of communal autonomy. The pivotal Gandhian concept of Swaraj means self-rule or self-management. In the context of Sarvodaya, it means direct action embodied in ongoing communal practices and institutional forms. In his most detailed, concise expression of the meaning of Swaraj, Gandhi outlines a vision of a relatively autonomous village republic. It is only relatively autonomous primarily because of the extent to which it must, for the near future, operate within the confines of the existing nation-state. However, Gandhi observes, any village can become such a republic today without much interference even from the present government, whose sole effective connection with the villages is the exaction of the village revenue. 27. Beyond paying this tribute to whatever remains of the system of domination, the village can make far-reaching advances toward becoming a free, self-governing, relatively self-sufficient, cooperative community. As Gandhi describes it, my idea of village Swaraj is that it is a complete republic, independent of its neighbors for its own vital wants, and yet interdependent for many others in which dependence is a necessity. Thus every village's first concern will be to grow its own food crops and cotton for its cloth. It should have a reserve for its cattle, recreation, and playgrounds for adults and children. Then if there is more land available, it will grow useful money crops, thus excluding ganja, tobacco, opium, and the like. The village will maintain a village theater, school, and public hall. It will have its own waterworks, ensuring clean water supply. This can be done through controlled wells or tanks. Education will be compulsory up to the final basic course. As far as possible, every activity will be conducted on the cooperative basis. 28. In his description of this village republic, Gandhi focuses on the central importance of the Panchayat, or Democratic Village Committee, as an organ of Swaraj. The panchayat consists of a council of 5 persons responsible for making ongoing decisions about the functioning of the village. In Gandhi's version, this council, which would be elected annually by all adults in the village, both male and female, would be the major body exercising ongoing oversight of the affairs of the community. It will have all the authority and jurisdiction necessary to carry out the government of the village and will in effect be the legislature, judiciary, and executive combined to operate for its year of office. 29 Gandhi believes that a democratically based, communally responsive panchayat could be a major step toward a nonviolent cooperative community. He says that if panchayats could help people avoid disputes and settle them fairly, then villagers would need neither the police nor the military. 30 His analysis is again very much in accord with the perspective of Landauer. To the extent that we successfully institute cooperative, non-statist relationships and practices within our communities, the statist relationships of violence and domination can be eliminated. The panchayat was far from being an invention of the Gandhian movement. Rather, it is a deeply rooted traditional institution with a long history in South Asia. Classically, it was a village council consisting of 5 elders who mediated disputes between individuals, families, and villages. Today, the panchayat, which often consists of a committee of 5 within a larger council, is an official part of the Indian political system. There are hundreds of thousands of panchayats operating today in India. However, the Gandhian concept is distinctive, in that quite unlike the situation of today, it would operate within a system in which most political and economic power would have devolved to the level of the local community. The panchayat would thus become a crucial organism in carrying out the will of the community as expressed democratically. For projects at higher levels, there would be second and third order panchayats made up of representatives elected by the lower level panchayats. As important as the panchayat is in Gandhi's vision of Swaraj, there is another institution that expresses Sarvodya's commitment to direct democracy in an even more radical form. Gandhianism proposes that the most important organ of self-rule, the ultimate political authority, should be the Gram Sabha or village assembly. It is the Gram Sabha that elects the panchayat each year to oversee the ongoing administration of the decisions of the assembly, which are the most direct expression of the power of the community. Vedical states, the Gram Sabha is the basic unit of the edifice of decentralized democracy, not Gram Panchayat. This Gram Sabha would be completely autonomous, self-regulating, and self-determining in its internal matters and self-sufficient in respect to its essential requirements. The Panchayat will be completely subservient to it. 31 Thus, despite the key role of the village council for Sarvodaya, the movement is not in the end an Indian version of councilism, but rather a more radical vision of participatory direct democracy. The radically democratic vision of Sarvodaya is able at times to move even beyond the limits of majoritarian democracy. Direct democracy at the level of base organizations is the most fully realized form of democratic decision-making, however, it still entails the evil of the subordination of the minority to the majority. Vinoba, recognizing this problem, argues not only for the most participatory forms of direct democracy, but also for choosing consensus over majority rule whenever possible. He says that majority rule is an idea that has been imported from the West, where it is still considered progressive. He judges that in reality this form of decision-making is totally crude, and that things will go rightly only when we accept the idea of unanimity. 32 He thus remains true to the anarchist ideal of fully voluntary agreement as the ultimate goal, and the standard by which to judge existing institutions. The problem of the transition. One of the most challenging problems for any radically transformative social movement is the creation of intermediary practices and institutions that are capable of successfully taking the steps from what exists to what is hoped for. There must be a plan for effective transitional institutions that are adequate to create the new social order, or the movement's program will collapse into abstract idealism. 33 For the Sarvodaya movement, the Panchayat and Gram Sabha are the primary political organs of the village republic or autonomous grassroots community to come. To a certain degree, the transition can progress as these institutions are established in existing villages and neighborhoods and as they begin to take on increasing power as the movement spreads through the society. However, there has been awareness in the Sarvodaya movement that other additional means towards social transformation will be needed. For Gandhi, the most powerful catalyst for such transformation is the ashram. According to Vedikal, Gandhi's experiments with truth start in the ashrams. Ashrams become the laboratories of experiments, truth, nonviolence, satyagraha, self-reliance, brahmacharya. 34. The goal of the ashram was to initiate and put into practice many of the activities that would be at the heart of the future transformed village community. Thus, it would engage in cooperative production, develop forms of self-sufficiency, utilize humane, participatory forms of technology, such as the charkha or spinning wheel, promote the equality of women, reject all remnants of caste distinction, pursue spiritual realization, and, in general, exhibit solidarity and mutual aid in all endeavors. To take one example, the principles of the Satyagraha Ashram, founded May 25, 1915, in Ahmedabad, included vows of truthfulness, nonviolence, celibacy, vegetarianism, non-theft, non-possession, the wearing of khadi, fearlessness, and the rejection of untouchability. 35 The inclusion of celibacy is disconcerting for most people today. In Gandhi's time there was a strong feeling that celibacy was necessary in order for Sarvodaya workers to be fully dedicated to the work of peace, justice, and social transformation. Vedikal notes that the emphasis on celibacy not only created confusion and conflict among his co-workers, but diverted attention unnecessarily from the main question of village uplift. 36 However, the precise details of the Gandhian version of the transformative base community are not what is most important. The primary lesson to be learned is the necessity of establishing living communities that practice diligently the, possibly mythical, Gandhian injunction to be the change you want to see as a step toward the full realization of the autonomous local community or village republic. Another important element of the Gandhian strategy for change is the formation of a body of dedicated, trained Sarvodaya workers. The goal was that these workers, called Gram Sevaks, would become numerous enough so that every village could have at least one such full-time activist. Ostergaard and Karel estimate that in the 1960s there were perhaps 5,000 permanent, full-time Sarvodaya workers and 20,000 more who worked for the movement regularly part-time, or full-time for short periods of time. 37 One of the basic problems of an oppositional movement is educating the community and propagating transformative values in a context in which the dominant system has a relative monopoly on education and socialization. It is highly unlikely that purely informal and spontaneous efforts at education will allow a movement to proliferate to the point at which it could challenge the dominant system. The training of such a corps of Sarvodaya workers was a significant step in the direction of the creation of an effective agency of social transformation, and was in part responsible for the movement's spread from village to village. The more general lesson that can be learned from this experience is that the quest for the free community will require many dedicated activists who will make it their vocation to develop skills that will help them facilitate the organization of the affinity groups, base communities, and transform town and neighborhood communities that will form the fabric of the new society. A final important Gandhian organizational idea that addresses the question of the transition is the Shanti Sena, or Peace Army. This organization consists of a body of volunteers who work for peace and apply nonviolent methods to conflict resolution. By 1969 this organization had 12,000 members. 38 The Shanti Sena is an attempt to change the nature of everyday practice, to begin at once applying the values of the new society, and to demonstrate that these values were applicable and beneficial even within the existing one. This idea can also act as inspiration for a new libertarian communitarianism. As the free community develops, it will require a large number of community-based activists trained in mediation, conflict resolution, and cooperative decision-making. If we are to follow Landauer's communitarian anarchist vision of replacing all statist, coercive, and authoritarian relationships with cooperative, caring, and loving ones, we will need to put concerted effort into the daunting project of confronting a pervasively violent system of domination, and the effects of violence within our own character structures. The Gandhian idea that some should engage in special training and devote a significant amount of their time to helping in this process is eminently realistic. The institution of such roles and institutions as the Gram Savak and the Shanti Sena exhibit the Sarvodaya movement's deep understanding of many of the prerequisites for social transformation. There is often in contemporary anarchist movements a neglect of the hard work of formation of activists and movement workers. Such formation might even be questioned, based on a fundamentally valid interest in combating excessive division of labor, on a wise concern that essential skills should be dispersed widely throughout the community, and on a healthy fear of the emergence of vanguardism, militantism, and elitism. However, such opposition can also reveal excessive faith in pure spontaneity and an exaggerated individualism, and it can itself become a new form of rigidity and dogmatism. Marx's nagging question of who will educate the educators must always be taken very seriously. As Gandhians have recognized, even revolutionaries are, like everyone else, the product of the system of domination that they abhor, and its traces are deeply embedded within their own being. A successful break with that system can only be achieved through diligent collective work of self-transformation and, at times, the development of special skills that can contribute to that transformation. Sarvodayan technology. For Gandhi and Sarvodaya, the question of economy is inseparable from that of technology. Gandhi rightly rejected the ideological conception of a neutral technology that can be a mere means toward any possible social goal. He realizes that some technologies have been developed specifically because they have served the ends of domination and exploitation, and it is far from self-evident that these same technologies would by some miracle be ideally suited for communal autonomy and liberation. Gandhi was not afraid to state his perhaps shocking conclusion that the dominant system of industrial technology had to be abolished. Technology must be returned to the position of being a means, rather than an end in itself. That is, it must become an instrument for nurturing the life and facilitating the self-realization of the person, the family, and the larger community. The symbol of Gandhi's critique of industrial technology and his vision of a humane, cooperative economy was the charkha or spinning wheel. It would be easy to dismiss this concept as a naive idealization of the past, if one interprets it simplistically as back to the spinning wheel. However, what is important is not the particular symbol or technology, but the system of values that it symbolizes. First, the charkha represented a form of production that was free from the control of empire. British imperial policy demanded that India grow cotton, export it to England, and buy back expensive manufactured fabric. The use of the charkha defied the system of exploitation. Second, the charkha represented a form of production that is community controlled. Production could take place in the village and even in the household, at the sacred hearth that is the antithesis of empire. Third, spinning can be an intimate communal activity and even a meditative one. Thus, it expresses the need for forms of production that are inherently good for the person and the community, rather than instrumentally good for certain powers and authorities. Finally, and this list should not be considered exhaustive, the product of the charkha, khadi, or homespun fabric, is good for the community. It is beautiful in its simplicity, it is useful and durable, and it is a powerful expression of the communal imaginary. To wear khadi became a symbol of communal solidarity and participation in the struggle for justice and liberation. Today, the spinning wheel could not possibly have the imaginary force, even in India, that it did in Gandhi's time. We might say that there is an imaginary space that the spinning wheel and khadi once occupied. Vandanashiva makes a powerful case that today, in the world of TNCs and GMOs, in India and perhaps in many other places, the seed now takes on the imaginary power once possessed by Gandhi's charkha and the momentous pinch of salt that he collected on his salt march. In her book Earth Democracy, which contains many quotes from Gandhi and ideas of Gandhian inspiration, she says, "The seed is starting to take shape as the site and symbol of freedom in the age of manipulation and monopoly of life. The seed is not big and powerful, but can become alive as a sign of resistance and creativity in the smallest of huts or gardens and the poorest of families. In smallness lies power." The seed also embodies diversity. It embodies the freedom to stay alive. Seed freedom goes far beyond the farmer's freedom from corporations. It represents the freedom of diverse cultures from centralized control. In the seed, ecological issues combine with social justice. The seed could play the role of Gandhi's spinning wheel, a symbol of freedom during India's independence movement in this period of recolonization through free trade. 39. During the more than 60 years since Gandhi, the possibilities for ecologically sound and socially liberatory technology have expanded greatly. There is no need to adhere dogmatically to his specific proposals, though some still have great value. What is important is the spirit of his ideas, and their underlying rationale, as in the 4 points just mentioned. This was, in fact, his own advice. He sometimes sounds as doctrinaire a critic of dominant technologies as are the most extreme neo-primitivists. He says that this industrial civilization is a disease and that it is all evil. 40. However, he does not, in fact, hold that each element of the industrial system must necessarily be destroyed. While the assumption of technological neutrality must be thrown out, individual technologies, for example, steamships and telegraphs, must be considered individually. While they are in no way indispensable for the permanent welfare of the human race, nevertheless we should be able to use them on due occasion, provided we have learned to avoid industrialism. 41. What is necessary is to destroy industrialism at any cost. 42. We can translate industrialism as technological domination. For Gandhi, many technologies may have to be eliminated, but when power is made democratic and decentralized to the local level, some technologies that have previously been used to dominate might then be used in some form to serve the common good. The Sarvodaya Solidarity Economy. The work of the Sarvodaya movement should be recognized as one of the most important chapters in the struggle for economic democracy and the self-managed economy. Its ideal is an economic system in which land is held communally at the local level and in which production is organized through direct democratic decision-making by all the members of the local community and administered by their elected delegates. The limited degree to which that ideal has been realized must be admitted. However, the fact that such ideas were spread widely across a nation of hundreds of millions of people, and that they have been put into practice by many thousands of people on millions of acres of land is an achievement that deserves greater recognition in the history of the cooperative movement and the movement for economic self-management. Sarvodaya's vision of economic transformation focuses on two key concepts, Bhudan and Gramdan, which developed into guiding ideas of the movement under the influence of Gandhi's successor Vinoba. Bhudan means the gift of land. In carrying out the Bhudan program, Sarvodaya workers across India solicited donations of land from those who possess it, for use by the landless and for cooperative cultivation by the village. Bhudan was to lead ultimately to Gramdan, which means the gift of the village. According to this concept, Bhudan would progress to the point at which at least 70% of the people in a village had pooled their land. The common land would then be looked upon as a gift of the community members to the entire village, which would manage it cooperatively under conditions of equality for all. As noted, the achievements of these programs are impressive, and they should be looked upon as a great inspiration for all who believe in cooperative production and the restoration of the commons. By 1970, over 500,000 donors had given 4.2 million acres for Bhudan, and somewhat over 1 million acres had been effectively transferred to nearly 500,000 landless workers. In addition, by about the same time, 140,000 villages, one-fourth of all those in India, had officially declared support for Gramdan. 43 But declaring support is not the same as taking serious steps in the direction of achieving it. Ostergaard and Carrel report that by 1965 only about 500 villages had shown significant signs of social transformation, and that by 1970 the situation was much the same. 44 Moreover, while possibly several million acres of redistributed land is an encouraging achievement, it does not add up to a fundamental transformation in a country in which hundreds of millions of people live in poverty, and a large segment of these remain in absolute poverty. The Sarvodaya strategy for land redistribution became focused almost entirely on a policy called trusteeship. Gandhi contends that ultimately the wealthy property owners will have to make a choice between class war and voluntarily converting themselves into trustees of their wealth. 45 He speculates that they will opt for rationality and fairness and choose trusteeship, a system in which they would be allowed to retain the stewardship of their possessions and use their talent to increase the wealth, not for their own sakes, but for the sake of the nation and therefore without exploitation. 46 In return for their contribution, the state would regulate the rate of commission which they would get commensurate with the service rendered and its value to society. 47 It is largely out of his extreme fear of state power that Gandhi advocated this policy of trusteeship. In his view, the violence of private ownership is less dangerous than the violence of state ownership, though he admitted that if necessary he would support a minimum of state ownership. 48 There are a number of problems with this strategy. First, relatively few of the wealthy would ever agree to such a voluntary end to exploitation. Second, in an increasingly complex corporate economy, decisions are not in any case made by old-fashioned individual proprietors, but rather by an upper management that has strictly defined responsibilities that do not include the possibility of giving away the company. Finally, a consistent anti-state position would resort to state action at most to facilitate the transfer of control to democratic self-management, rather than proposing an ongoing policy of state micromanagement of economic distribution. Ostergaard and Carrel note that in some ways, as Vinoba made Gramdan and Bhutan central to Sarvodaya, he moved it in a more revolutionary and utopian direction. By proclaiming the ideals of direct democratic decision-making, and the communalization of property, the doctrine has now become an explicit and avowed gospel of revolution, a call for the total reconstruction not only of Indian but of all human society. 49 However, they also note that Vinoba did not sanction attempts to achieve the movement's objectives by the use of nonviolent resistance on the lines made familiar in Gandhi's Satyagraha campaigns, and that this eschewal of negative Satyagraha, except in limited situations, has enabled the movement to avoid a direct struggle with the existing power holders. 50 The result has been a Gandhianism that is perhaps more revolutionary in theory, but decidedly less revolutionary in practice. The difficulty is that Vinoba eschewed precisely the strategies that were so successful in overthrowing the power of the British Empire and achieving independence for India. Abandoning more militant and assertive forms of satyagraha, the movement adopted an ineffective, idealist strategy of appealing moralistically to the new ruling class to voluntarily turn over its wealth and power to the oppressed. In his statements on trusteeship, Gandhi speculated that the rich might be convinced to give up much of their wealth in large part out of self-interest and desire to be part of a better society. However, it is clear that the conditions of trusteeship hardly seem to be enough of an incentive to convince them on grounds of maximizing their own good. After all, the elites were not part of the Gandhian movement, and their lives and values continued to be shaped primarily by the old world of which they remained a part. Gandhi was moving in a much more realistic direction when he observed, a decade before his statements on trusteeship, that if in militant strikes owners have to face the destruction wrought by strikers, these owners might be convinced that they should at once offer the strikers full control of the concern, which is as much the strikers as theirs. 51 His point is that the threat of severe losses, or even a Pyrrhic victory that would mean economic disaster, might convince the owners to give up control. This is similar to the rationale behind Gandhian campaigns of resistance, non-cooperation, boycotts, and blockades under colonialism. In reality, Gandhian tactics that have used such negative contingencies have been much more effective than those that have pinned their hopes solely on positive reinforcement. The two contrasting experiments in Gandhian revolutionary strategy have contributed useful evidence to the inquiry into the relative utility of various practices as means of social transformation. The results of these experiments, in addition to recent evidence from liberation movements in North Africa and Southwest Asia, offer hope that active satyagraha might be effective not only for achieving national liberation and the overthrow of dictatorship, but also for winning the struggle for economic democracy and the self-management of production that is so central to Sarvodaya. The Gandhian legacy. It must be concluded that Sarvodaya makes an enormous contribution to communitarian anarchism through its notable achievements in creating a sphere of ethical substantiality, by generating liberatory institutional forms and practices that have to a certain degree taken the form of material, historical realities. It also presents a vision of a free, communal society that might fulfill the promise inherent in its inspiring but incomplete experiments. Thus, it made great advances in the areas of social institutions, the social ethos, and social ideology. In view of its strong traditionalist dimensions, one might question whether it has gone equally far in expressing the radical social imagination. However, in reality, its breakthroughs in the sphere of the social imaginary are quite astounding, if placed in historical context. Sarvodaya emerged in a society that had been subject to imperial rule by foreign conquerors for centuries, and which was suffering under the weight of both traditional and externally imposed hierarchical institutions. Yet, amazingly early in the 20th century, Gandhi and the Sarvodaya movement could begin to imagine, and then to begin pursuing as real-world goals, a free India, the abolition of the caste system, active participation of women in decision-making processes, a system of humane and ecologically sound technology, a politics of direct participatory democracy, democratic self-management of production, and a radically decentralized system of power. The inspiring history of Sarvodaya challenges us to carry on its legacy, and by learning from both its achievements and its shortcomings, to discover what the liberation of the radical imagination and the creation of a transformative ethos could mean today. The Sarvodaya Shramadana movement in Sri Lanka. There is a growing awareness of the failures of the dominant model of development that has been imposed on the global south and a growing movement of opposition to its consequences, which have aptly been labeled maldevelopment, though perhaps malignant growth would be even more appropriate. We often hear of popular resistance movements, for example, the anti-dam movement in India or anti-sweatshop campaigns around the world. Yet with a few notable exceptions, such as the Zapatistas' liberated municipalities, we hear far less about the extensive positive achievements of communities around the world that have found alternatives to the neocolonial, neoliberal development programs of global capital. If one were to mention that there is a community-based, participatory, ecologically conscious development movement that has involved millions of people in its programs, has engaged participants in close to half of its country's villages, has created more than 5,000 preschools, has established several thousand community banks and savings societies, and has plans for thousands more, many, even among those with an interest in global justice, might have some difficulty identifying either this movement or its country. Nevertheless, it does indeed exist. The movement is called Sarvodaya Shramadana and the country is Sri Lanka. 52. Sarvodaya Shramadana is a grassroots development movement founded in 1958 by a high school teacher, Dr. A.T. Ariyaratne. It began when Dr. Ariyaratne recruited a few of his students to organize work camps with the goal of helping people in impoverished villages help themselves provide for their needs. The movement teaches an impressive lesson concerning the enormous power of a few dedicated people with an extraordinarily good idea. When reading of its history, one is reminded of the project began by Fr. José María Arizmendi Arrieta in Mondragón, Spain, in the late 1940s. That project grew from the ideas of one visionary person and a few idealistic young people into the world's largest experiment in worker self-management, and the seventh largest enterprise in Spain. 53. Similarly, Sarvodaya has grown from such modest beginnings into a major social force in its country and a powerful example for the rest of the world. What is distinctive about this most successful of grassroots social movements is that it is at once a politics of material transformation, a politics of community, and a politics of spirituality. One of the most extensive analyses of politics and spirituality is Joel Kovel's classic work History and Spirit. 54. In that work, Kovel says that spirit is about what happens to us when the boundaries of the self give way. 55. This occurs when egoic consciousness is overcome through the transforming power of love for the other, for other human beings and for the larger communities of humanity and nature. Such love has great power in that it restores the primordial but broken connection between an abstracted, narrowed self and its larger context in society, nature, and the matrix of being. For this reason the force of love has a material reality. 56 To the extent that Sarvodhya bases social action on a critique of the ego self and a practice of engaged compassion and loving kindness, it is to a large degree a case study in the practical application of these theoretical concepts. Dr. Ariyaratne revised the Gandhian concept of Sarvodhya as unity of welfare to stress its character as the unity of awakening, or the awakening of all. This redefinition, though entirely consistent with the spirit of the Gandhian conception, reflects more specifically the Buddhist doctrine that the awakening of the mind to the reality of the world and the practice of love and compassion that follows from such an awakening is the central challenge for human beings and human communities. To this extended concept of Sarvodhya was added the term Shramadana. Shrama means energy or labor and dana means giving or sharing. Shramadana thus means shared labor or collective energy. This concept is also an expression of the core of Buddhist values, since right livelihood or good work is one of the points in the Noble Eightfold Path, the core of all Buddhist practice, and the perfection of giving is one of the 6 paramithas, perfections or virtues. The concepts of Sarvodhya and Shramadana taken together express the aspiration that the awakening of all might be carried out through shared, cooperative labor for the common good. Awakening, the theoretical, ethical, and spiritual basis. Although Sarvodhya is inspired by Buddhism, there is active participation in its programs by the Hindu, Muslim, and Christian minorities that together make up almost a third of Sri Lanka's population. This is made possible in large part by the fact that what Sarvodhya takes from Buddhism has nothing to do with sectarian religious dogma or unverifiable beliefs about supernatural realities. Rather it looks to Buddhism in the root sense of awakening, a practice that now constitutes a 2,500-year tradition of experience of and experimentation with meditation, non-egocentric thinking, and compassionate action. In accord with this tradition, the movement assumes that success in social transformation depends on success in the practice of personal self-transformation. It applies this practice to contemporary realities such as the pursuit of peace in a society torn by ethnic conflict, and the quest for communal self-determination in a society beset by the neocolonial global economy. Awakening involves a broad spectrum of values and practices. Dr. Ariyaratne identifies as central values of the movement dana, giving or generosity, sila, basic morality, which traditionally includes prohibitions against injuring, stealing, lying, exploiting sexually, and dulling one's consciousness, and samadhi, concentration or meditation. Point 57 According to Joanna Macy, one finds on the lips of every village organizer and painted on the walls of village centers the Buddhist virtues called the 4 Buddha abodes. These consist of metta, or loving kindness and goodwill toward all beings, karuna, or compassion for the suffering of all beings, mudita, or sympathetic joy for those who are benefited and freed from suffering, and upekha, equanimity or mental balance, which is often thought of as the prerequisite for the others. Macy notes that every meeting, whether it is a village gathering or a committee on latrines, begins with 2 minutes of silence for metta meditation, extending loving thoughts to all beings. 58. Some might be tempted to dismiss what Macy describes as a form of naive idealism in which sending out good vibes becomes a substitute for engagement in real social transformation. However, awakening is never seen by Sarvodhya as a mere process of subjective personal change, cut off from material and social reality. It is an awakening to the most basic realities that we often ignore in everyday, egocentric, instrumentalizing, objectifying, consciousness. Thus, it implies an acute awareness of basic human needs and the suffering that exists all around us as the result of the neglect of those needs. Sarvodhya recognizes 10 such primary needs, which it calls prerequisites for awakening, and uses them as a point of reference when formulating collective work projects. These needs include material ones for water, clothing, food, healthcare, housing, and energy, social ones for communication, education, spiritual life, and shared cultural values, and ecological ones for a healthy and beautiful natural environment. Sarvodaya teaches that the process of awakening and the generous and compassionate action that flows from it begin at the most basic levels of the person and small group and move upward and outward through the various levels of society. According to Dr. Ariyaratne, personal awakening is seen as being interdependent with the awakening of one's local community, and both play a part in the awakening of one's nation and of the whole world. 59 This approach is in accord with the communitarian principle taught by Landauer and Buber that the only way that a truly cooperative human community can ever exist is as an integral part of a larger cooperative community consisting of many smaller cooperative communities. We might add that it also shows awareness of the need for these smaller communities to be made of cooperative primary groups and cooperative people, ideas already developed considerably within the Gandhian Sarvodaya movement. One might in this view find echoes of the often mindless cliché that exhorts us to think globally, act locally, but for Sarvodaya Shramadana there is a more complex relationship between the local and the global, and there are many significant levels of social reality between the local and the global. The possibility of Vishvodaya, global awakening, depends on processes of Deshodaya, national awakening, which depends on Gramadaya, village awakening, and Nagarodaya, city awakening, which in turn depend on Kutumbodaya, family awakening, and ultimately Purushodaya, personal awakening. Though Sarvodaya Shramadana may hold that in the last instance the most basic levels of the person and the local community are the most powerful determinants of successful social transformation, there is nevertheless a reciprocal relationship between the levels. No personal awakening can take place without expressing itself in the concerns of the community, no village can achieve awakening without addressing the needs of other villages and confronting national and international issues. Though developing its organization from the bottom up, Sarvodaya Shramadana is a practice of thinking and acting at all levels, from the personal and local to the global, from the singular and particular to the universal. What appears at the level of universality cannot be separated from what appears at the levels of singularity and particularity, all is dialectically identical. Nevertheless, giving and care flowing from basic social and communal ties, compassionate practice rooted in place, lies at the core of Sarvodaya Shramadana. In this, it carries on the values of original Buddhism as part of what Louis Mumford and Karl Jaspers called the axial revolt against the society of the mega-machine and the culture of domination. 60 This revolt was a reaction to the exploitation, hierarchy, inequality, and obsession with material accumulation that were expanding rapidly at this stage in human history and undermining earlier communal, egalitarian traditions. The axial sages looked back not only with a certain nostalgia but also with an awareness of the radically critical import of the values of the tribe and the autonomous Neolithic village, values such as the gift and uncalculating, spontaneous care for the needs of each member of the community. Sarvodaya Shramadana carries on these ancient traditions and demonstrates their relevance today. The Commonwealth of Villages. Sarvodaya Shramadana explicitly rejects virtually every aspect of the dominant models of development. It expresses an uncompromising insistence on a form of development which is wholly indigenous and comes entirely out of the perceptions of the village community. 61 Lest this be seen as a form of naive spontaneism, it should be remembered that the institutions and practices of a Sri Lankan village reflect several millennia of highly developed spiritual and ethical practice, and an even longer history of communal self-organization. Dr. Ariyaratne says that the dominant economic systems today are founded on fallacious, destructive principles concerning land, labor, and capital. He criticizes a commodified view of land that separates it from nature, the reduction of labor to a means of acquiring money, and the dominance of financial capital to the detriment of the social capital consisting of a wealth of knowledge, skills, and abilities that has in large part been passed on as a gift from prior generations. He notes that in the course of his own political evolution he first adopted ideas of political transformation taken from Western revolutionary theory and Third World movements influenced by the West. After seeing the failures of centralized, state-oriented, technocratic, economistic approaches, he turned to the spiritual and ethical traditions of Sri Lankan culture and to the practical traditions of cooperation and self-help in its villages and communities. Sativa Ariyaratne 62 identifies the conventional top-down hierarchical system of decision-making as the basis for what she calls the post-colonial crisis of democracy and claims that it is the core reason for many ills in the contemporary Sri Lankan society, including the ethnic conflict. 63 It is ironic that the neo-colonial powers still talk of their responsibility to bring democracy to the less developed world when many in that world are well aware of the fact that it was colonialism and neo-colonialism that undermine the most popular, democratic, and participatory aspects of their traditional communities and replaced them with oppressive and manipulative power structures. Dr. Ariyaratne states that Sarvodaya Shramadana has the political objective of converting Sri Lankan polity into a commonwealth of villages or community republics in which every village should enjoy maximum self-government. 64 Sarvodaya Shramadana is based on respect for the value and uniqueness of each community and the principle of achieving unity through diversity. Its conception of unity in diversity is both social and ecological, stressing the importance of preserving and fostering social diversity while at the same time protecting biodiversity and ecological integrity. Because of this ecological concern, Sarvodaya Shramadana has made use of the effective microorganism method, a form of agriculture that is ecologically sound, increases crop yields significantly, and is particularly well suited for communities with limited economic resources. 65. Sarvodaya Shramadana rejects the idea that it can communicate really effectively through use of the dominant media, which have goals contrary to its own aspirations. Sativa Ariyaratne contends that the mainstream media in Sri Lanka as elsewhere serve as an outlet for the expressions of dominant ideologies and create a public opinion that is a construct of dominant groups. 66 It is unlikely that the public will be motivated to become active participants in the community through the passive consumption of information distorted by systems of power. Sarvodaya Shramadana therefore seeks to reach out to people primarily through its own activities. It looks to the power of learning through doing, that is, to education and communication through the practical example of collective work, democratic decision-making, and self-transformative activities in the communities in which people live their everyday lives. Based on these participatory, decentralist ideas and its long experience in grassroots organization, Sarvodaya Shramadana has developed a 5-stage development process. In the first stage, members of a village community perceive a problem and ask for help. Sarvodaya Shramadana field workers go to the village and discuss the problem with villagers and community leaders in order to determine what is to be undertaken. A Shramadana camp is then organized to plan the project and begin the village awakening process. Hundreds of volunteers join together, including local community members, people from other Sarvodaya villages and from various levels of the organization, young people, including school groups, Buddhist monks, and sometimes volunteers from international programs and support groups. The second stage includes the formation of local groups and training programs to support the work to be undertaken. This process elicits the efforts of a diverse spectrum of participants that might include, for example, a children's group, a youth group, mothers group, elders, farmers, in addition to creating such projects as a child development center, community kitchen, community center, a village library, or a plant and tool bank. 67. In the third stage, the participants carry forward the planning and initiation of the grassroots development projects that are the core of the work. The programs are guided by an analysis of how the 10 basic human needs are reflected in local conditions. An official Sarvodaya Shramadana society is formed, enabling the community to secure loans from banks and programs within the movement to help finance the projects. In addition, microcredit programs are established within the communities. As mentioned, Sarvodaya Shramadana has already created several thousand village community banks and savings societies, and plans are underway for many more, with an ultimate goal of 15,000. In the fourth stage, the various projects are brought to fruition. They are supported through training programs and appropriate technologies, e.g. hand pumps for wells, solar energy, or high-efficiency ceramic cooking stoves and better building methods. 68, to create a thriving, self-reliant local economy. Finally, in the fifth stage, the community begins to reach out to other communities with similar needs and offers them its labor, skills, experience, technical abilities, and material aid. The unity of awakening arising from their participation in the process leads them to offer a compassionate gift of labor to others. Creating peace amid strife. One of the most central concerns of Sarvodaya Shramadana has been the attainment of peace in a war-torn society, for Sri Lanka is a classic case of a society deeply divided by violent ethnic conflict. Sarvodaya Shramadana was founded well before civil war broke out in 1983 between the Buddhist Sinhala majority and the Hindu Tamil minority, but through most of its history it has had to face the challenge of civil strife. At the end of the war in 2009, it was estimated that between 80 and 100,000 people had been killed over the decades of brutal conflict. Sarvodaya Shramadana holds that lasting peace, whether within the family, the village, or the larger society, can only be attained if each person works diligently to achieve peace within him or herself, while at the same time working together with others for the good of these larger communities. It is noteworthy that Dr. Ariyaratne does not distinguish between legal violence and illegal violence. He notes quite astutely that a truly non-violent society has neither. 69 This means that the solution to violence, including even civil war or terrorism, cannot be to resort to massively coercive repression, the violence of the state, which is the dominant mode globally. It is necessary instead to confront the roots of violence in the personality and in social conditions, and to create real alternatives to it on every level. The most striking of Sarvodaya Shramadana's peace activities has been its huge peace meditations. The first such meditation was held in 1999 at Vihara Mahadevi Park in Colombo, with 200,000 participants. An even more impressive 650,000 participated in a meditation in Anuradhapura in 2002. Many other smaller meditations have been held across the island, often with thousands or tens of thousands of participants. These events are designed to bring together the members of the various ethnic groups in order to heal the divisions that lie at the root of civil war. Representatives of various religious communities are given a place at the front of these assemblies. The participants, whatever their backgrounds may be, see Buddhist monks, Muslim imams, Christian priests, and Hindu leaders joining together to show their solidarity in support of peace. As described in A.T. Ariyaratne's Peace Meditation Program Introduction and Guide to Participants, peace meditations are aimed at creating a spirit of forgiveness and acceptance of others and a desire to overcome one's own shortcomings. A typical mass peace meditation will last for 3 hours, and includes walking and sitting meditation. The meditation is carried out in complete silence. The idea of hundreds of thousands of people coming together to walk and sit in peaceful silence is rather remarkable. There are few signs, banners, chanting of slogans, speeches, or oratory, clapping, or cheering. The only exceptions are that each organization participating may carry a sign identifying itself and a few concluding words are said during the last 10 minutes. Preparation for the meditation often includes special efforts in the practice of sila, basic Buddhist moral principles such as kindness, truthfulness, etc., following a vegetarian diet, eating in moderation, and dressing in simple white clothing. In addition, participants are instructed in Buddhist meditation practices such as concentration on the breath and loving-kindness meditation. Another area of Sarvodaya Shramadana peace activity has been a wide range of grassroots organizations to improve understanding and cooperation between villages. One of the primary organizational strategies is to involve groups of people from differing ethnic and religious backgrounds in face-to-face discussions concerning peace and conflict resolution. This approach is applied through People's Peace Dialogues and Youth Peace Camps in which thousands of young people participate each year. It also inspires a people-to-people exchange program involving young people from communities in different areas of the country. A program called Village to Village Heart to Heart goes one step further and partners villages from different regions, so that 1,000 villages in the north are paired with 1,000 in the south. In addition to exchanges of visits, there are also exchanges of voluntary labor for grassroots development projects. Over 400 villages had participated as of 2003. Rapid language learning programs are used to improve communication between communities. Finally, the movement has established People's Peace Tables, which are workshops in which representatives of local communities come together to discuss basic problems and look to their collective futures. The consensus of these workshops has been that the dominant political system is incapable of solving major problems and engaging local communities actively in the process of creating a better society, and that these communities have been excluded from any real decision-making. It has been found that people of all communities want peace, but they do not think that the centralized state can achieve it. There has emerged from the workshops an awareness that there is a need for a deep process of political, social, and ethical renewal through which people transform themselves from passive subjects to active citizenry. 70 This is, of course, precisely the kind of need that Sarvodaya Shramadana's programs seek to fulfill. As one looks at the accomplishments of Sarvodaya Shramadana, one must include that in some ways, especially as a grassroots development movement, it has even gone beyond the achievements of the Gandhian Sarvodaya movement. It has certainly made progress in showing how to sustain the momentum and widen the scope of diverse village-based projects. On the other hand, it has not so far developed the far-ranging program of social transformation envisioned by Gandhi. But the most useful approach is not to waste much time comparing the two movements or rating them against one another. Rather, it is to see what lessons each has to teach, and to discover how the Gandhian legacy can be carried forward in struggles for freedom and justice today. Foreign aid. I once attended a meeting of progressive organizations, held in the wake of a U.S. presidential election, at which a speaker suggested that if the United States were to reform its electoral system, i.e. count votes more accurately, it might become an example for the rest of the world politically. One must certainly agree that the U.S. should clean up its electoral act as quickly as possible. But after doing so it would still be far from a good example for the world. For the act would still remain what it essentially is, an act, a spectacle that is very remote from the needs of people and the aspirations of communities. Mere reform of voting procedures would succeed in bolstering the aura of legitimacy of a fundamentally unresponsive and depoliticized decision-making process, but the system would nevertheless remain a corporate-dominated, oligarchical, highly centralized, and undemocratic one. If one reflects on the achievements of a broad-based, participatory social movement like Sarvodaya Shramadana, it becomes apparent that it is countries like the United States that constitute in many ways the underdeveloped world of politics. For all their material wealth they are poor in authentic communal life and poor in techniques by which people can shape the destinies of their own communities. One must look to places such as the villages of Sri Lanka to discover the developed world of contemporary politics. Perhaps someday such villages will send teams of advisors to the West to help it come to terms with its communitarian underdevelopment, and begin to discover a way out of its political poverty. Meanwhile, we in the overdeveloped world can begin to make more serious attempts to learn from societies in which a long history of communal practice and a deeply rooted sense of social solidarity make possible exemplary experiments in social cooperation. 10. Beyond the limits of the city. A communitarian anarchist critique of libertarian municipalism. Anarchist philosopher Murray Boochin's theory of libertarian municipalism was one of the most theoretically developed anarchist political programs in the 20th century. Though Boochin in his final years renounced the term anarchism in favor of what he called communalism, he was in fact still working within the broad framework of anarchist thought, and he continued to be recognized by many as the foremost anarchist theorist of his generation in the English-speaking world. 1 His Politics of Libertarian Municipalism is the most notable example of what might be called the programmatic tendency in recent anarchist political thought. In the following discussion, a detailed critical analysis of libertarian municipalist politics will be presented from the perspective of communitarian anarchism and dialectical social ecology. This analysis is an implicit defense of social ecology, which still has much to offer to anarchism. Indeed, the contention here is that a dialectical social ecology, combined with a radical communitarian anarchist politics, is the strongest position in contemporary anarchist thought. 2 One implication of this view is that any fully developed communitarian anarchism must be an eco-communitarian anarchism. The eco-communitarian anarchist perspective presented here is inspired by a vision of human communities achieving their fulfillment as an integral part of the larger, self-realizing Earth community. If social ecology is an attempt to understand the dialectical movement of society within the context of the larger dialectic of society and nature, eco-communitarian anarchism is the project of creating a way of life consonant with that understanding, that is, a world of free, just, ecologically responsible communities. Setting out from this philosophical and practical perspective, it will be argued that although Buchan's politics possesses an important core of truth embodied in its vision of grassroots direct democracy, it also contains certain theoretical inconsistencies, and also lacks the historical grounding necessary for it to be a reliable guide for an ecological communitarian practice. One of the main contentions here is that despite the merits of Buchan's emphasis on ethics, because of certain ideological and dogmatic aspects, his politics remains, in Hegelian terms, on the level of abstract moralism, rather than reaching that of the ethical. The latter requires a serious engagement with the historical and material conditions that form a basis for ethical substantiality, the embodiment of ethical ideals in institutions, practices, and forms of life. In terms of the conceptual framework developed here, his politics has focused too narrowly on the generation of alternative ideology and certain very limited institutional forms, and has, like many other programmatic tendencies, neglected crucial questions concerning the social ethos, the social imaginary, and larger social institutional structures. As a result of its moment of abstract idealism, it has in practice tended to divert the energies of its adherents into an ideological sectarianism, and away from an effective confrontation with crucial dimensions of history, culture, and the psyche. Buchan's politics ultimately takes a strongly voluntarist turn, in which the projects of propagation of ideology and of sectarian organization, which quickly reveal their limits, are supplemented by an appeal to the power of the will. In this respect, Buchan's politics carries on certain dimensions of the Bakuninist tradition in anarchism. It is in many ways an expression of the masculinist moment of anarchism. It focuses on the importance of establishing the correct set of ideas and principles, the program, and then organizing institutions, the movement, through which these ideas can be willed into reality through the decisive act. There is a feminist moment of anarchism, on the other hand, that is associated with the patient, diligent work of nurturing libertarian and communitarian sensibilities and relationships, and fostering communities of solidarity that care for the needs of the members and help them realize their human capacities. Neither moment should be emphasized to the exclusion of the other. However, an underlying theme of the present analysis is that the latter moment must be central to eco-communitarian anarchism, and that the neglect of this moment has had lamentable consequences for anarchist political thought. Democracy, ecology, and community. The idea of replacing the state with a system of localized, participatory, community-based political institutions has a long and very rich history in anarchist thought. As early as the 1790s, William Godwin proposed that government should be reduced essentially to a system of local juries and assemblies that would perform all the functions that could not be carried out voluntarily or enforced informally through public opinion and social pressure. 3 A century later, Elisee Reclus presented an extensive history of the forms of popular direct democracy, from the era of the Athenian polis to modern times, and proposed that these principles be embodied in a revolutionary system of communal self-rule. 4 Bookchin has been one of the most uncompromising advocates of this tradition of radical democracy in recent times, presenting an often inspiring defense of local direct democracy through his theory of libertarian municipalism. 5 For many years, he was, along with a few other thinkers such as Benjamin Barber, among the few Anglo-American theorists to carry on the tradition of serious theoretical exploration of the possibilities for decentralized participatory democracy. 6 This critique recognizes the importance of Buchan's contribution to ecological, communitarian, democratic theory and investigates the issues that must be resolved if the liberatory potential of certain aspects of his thought is to be freed from the constraints of sectarian dogma. A strong point in Buchan's politics is his attempt to ground it in ethics and the philosophy of nature. In viewing politics fundamentally as a sphere of ethics, Bookchin carries on certain aspects of the Aristotelian Hegelian tradition of politics as collective or communal self-realization. Aristotle saw politics, the pursuit of the good of the polis, the political community, as a branch of ethics, the pursuit of the human good in general. 7 He called the ultimate goal for human beings eudaimonia, which, though often translated as happiness, has a broader connotation of the good life or self-realization. Bookchin expands this concept of the larger good even further to encompass the natural world. Beginning with his early work, he argues that the development of a political ethics requires both a moral community and an ecological community, and implies a political culture that invites the widest possible participation. 8. For Bookchin, politics is an integral part of the process of evolutionary unfolding and self-realization spanning the natural and social history of the planet. Social ecology looks at this history as a developmental process that has continually produced greater richness, diversity, complexity, and rationality. The political, Bookchin says, must be understood in the context of humanity's quality of being nature rendered self-conscious. 9 From this perspective, the goal of politics is the creation of a free, ecological society in which human beings pursue self-realization through participation in a non-dominating human community, and further planetary self-realization by playing a cooperative, non-dominating role within the larger ecological community. A fundamental political task is thus the elimination of those forms of domination that hinder the attainment of greater freedom and self-realization for humanity and nature, and the creation of new social forms that are most conducive to these ends. This describes politics in the larger, classical sense of a political ethics, but leaves open the question of which politics, in the narrower sense of determinate social practice, best serves such a political vision. Bookchin has expressed considerable enthusiasm at different times for a variety of approaches to political, economic, and cultural change. In the early essay The Forms of Freedom, he envisions a radically transformative communalism rapidly creating an alternative to centralized, hierarchical, urbanized industrial society. Employing terms reminiscent of the great communitarian anarchist Gustav Landauer, he suggests, we can envision young people renewing social life just as they renew the human species. Leaving the city, they begin to found the nuclear ecological communities to which older people repair in increasing numbers, as the modern city begins to shrivel, to contract, and to disappear. 10 The almost apocalyptic and millenarian aspects of Bookchin's views in this period reflect both the spirit of the American counterculture at that time, and his strong identification with the utopian tradition. During this early period, Bookchin inspired many with his depiction of the possibilities for radically democratic eco-communities in which a deeply libertarian, ecological, and communitarian culture would emerge. Toward a vision of the urban future, for example, he looks hopefully to a variety of popular initiatives in contemporary urban society. He mentions block committees, tenants associations, ad hoc committees, neighborhood councils, housing cooperatives, sweat equity programs, cooperative daycare, educational projects, food co-ops, squatting and building occupations, and alternative technology experiments as making contributions of varying importance to the achievement of municipal liberty. 11. In the whole of his earlier work, Bookchin situates participatory democracy, and municipal democracy in particular, within the context of a larger, profoundly revolutionary cultural movement aimed at transforming the whole of the political culture. A compelling quality of such a movement is its promise of realizing immediately many diverse aspects of the free, cooperative world of the future. To use more recent terminology, it was the vision of a deeply prefigurative movement. It was on the basis of this eco-communitarian vision that Bookchin gained a considerable degree of influence within the radical ecology and cooperative movements, beginning in the late 1960s and continuing through the 1980s. However, by the late 1980s, Bookchin's thought takes a strongly programmatic turn. While he had always stressed the great importance of the municipality, he now gives strong priority to municipal politics. He prescribes political strategies much more rigidly, and he de-emphasizes or even rejects other approaches to change that he previously advocated. For example, he dismisses ecofeminism as irrationalist and essentialist, unless it is the social ecofeminist dimension of social ecology, and he rejects biooriginalism as politically regressive. He proclaims the municipality the central political reality, and municipal assembly government the preeminent expression of democratic politics. The result is libertarian municipalism, a political ideology that Bookchin continued to develop and promote tirelessly over the last 20 years of his life. It is this ideology that is the subject of this critique. Citizenship and self-identity. Bookchin contends that the nuclear unit of a new politics must be the citizen, which is, as he says, a term that embodies the classical ideals of philia, autonomy, rationality, and above all, civic commitment. 12. He rightly argues that the revival of such an ideal would be politically a significant advance in a society dominated by values and self-images based on consumption and passive participation in mass society. To think of oneself as a citizen contradicts the dominant representations of the self as egoistic calculator, as profit maximizer, as competitor for scarce resources, or as narcissistic consumer of products, images, experiences, and even other persons. It replaces narrow self-interest and egoism with a sense of ethical responsibility toward one's neighbors, and identification with a larger whole, the political community. Furthermore, it reintroduces the idea of moral agency on the political level, through the concept that one can in cooperation with others create social embodiments of the good. In short, Bookchin's concept challenges the ethics and moral psychology of economistic, capitalist society and presents an edifying image of a higher ideal of selfhood and community. Yet, this image has serious limitations. To begin with, it seems unwise, particularly from a dialectical perspective, to make any single role into such a nuclear unit of society, or to see any as the privileged form of self-identity, for there are many important self-images with profound political implications. A notable example is that of personhood. While civic virtue requires diverse obligations to one's fellow citizens, respect, love, and compassion are feelings appropriately directed at all persons. If, as Bookchin has himself at times agreed, we should accept the principle that the personal is political, we must explore the political dimension of personhood and the process of recognition of the personhood of others. In addition, the political significance of our roles as members of the Earth community and of our particular ecological and biooriginal communities can hardly be overemphasized. We conceive of these roles as expressing a kind of citizenship, in the quite reasonable sense of the practice of responsible membership in a community with which we can meaningfully act in solidarity. Such an outlook is similar to the ecofeminist view expressed by Ariel Saleh, when she argues that ecofeminism reaches for an earth democracy across cultures and species. 13. A fully developed social ecology similarly sees our political ties and responsibilities as extending to all our human and biotic communities and ultimately to the entire earth community. However, Bookchin shows little patience with any investigation into the boundaries of citizenship. He contends that the concept of citizen becomes vacuous and is stripped of its rich historical content. 14. When the limits of the concept's privileged usage are transgressed. In addition, he argues, somewhat contradictorily, that, rather than being vacuous, such more expansive concepts as biooriginal citizenship and earth citizenship have an absurd excess of content, and imply that various animals, including insects, and even inanimate objects, including rocks, must be recognized as citizens. But such contentions are clearly invalid. Just as we can act as moral agents in relation to other beings that are not agents, in ethics, they are called moral patients, we can exercise duties of citizenship in relation to other beings who are not citizens. The term citizen simply does not have the limited connotations that Bookchin absolutizes. In ordinary usage, it connotes membership in a nation-state and subdivisions of nation-states, including states that are in no way authentically democratic or participatory. Citizenship is conceived of primarily in relation to the state, and not to the municipality. The creation of a shared conception of citizenship in Bookchin's sense is a project that must be judged in relation to the actually existing fund of meanings and the possibilities for social creation in a given culture. The creation of a conception of citizenship based on participation in the Earth community or in a bi-original community is no less a project, and one that has a liberatory potential that can only be assessed through cultural creativity, historical practice, and critical reflection on the result. Although Bookchin often invokes Hegel, he neglects that philosopher's distinction between an abstract and a concrete universal and its application to political ideas. Any political concept that is not both articulated theoretically and also developed historically and practically remains a mere abstract universal. In themselves, concepts such as citizen of a municipality, citizen of a state, and citizen of the earth are inevitably vacuous, that is, they remain on the level of abstraction. Their abstractness cannot be negated merely by appealing to past historical usage or to one's hopes for an improved usage in the future. They can be given richer theoretical content by exploring their place in the history of ideas and in social history, by engaging in a conceptual analysis, and by reflecting on their possible relationship to other emerging theoretical and social possibilities. Yet they will still remain abstractions, albeit now more fully articulated ones. They gain concrete universality, on the other hand, through their embodiment in the history of society, or, more precisely in the practice of a community in its institutions, its prevailing ethos, its ruling ideas, and its dominant images. Bookchin often confuses such historical concreteness with relatedness to concrete historical phenomena. In this he is typical of many radical and utopian political thinkers. Badiou's theory of fidelity to the event is one of the most extreme examples, but at least that thinker does not entirely hide his implicit Platonic idealism. 15 When Bookchin finds certain political forms of the past to be inspiring, they take on a certain numinous quality for him. Various models of citizenship become relevant today not because of their relation to real historical possibilities, including real possibilities existing in the social imaginary realm, but because they present an image of what our epoch assuredly ought to be. Their numinous presence shines out across history and transforms present reality. It is for this reason that he strangely thinks that certain historical usages of the term citizen can dictate proper usage of the term today. Of course, Bookchin is on a certain level aware that the citizenship that he advocates is not a living reality, but only a proposed ideal. Thus, he notes that today, the concept of citizenship has already undergone serious erosion through the reduction of citizens to constituents of statist jurisdictions or to taxpayers who sustain statist institutions. 16 Since he clearly has American society in mind when he makes this historical observation, one might ask when there was a golden age in American history when the people actually constituted a body of citizens in Bookchin's strong sense of a self-managing and competent agent in democratically shaping a polity. 17 The closest approximations of such citizenship in American history is found in certain aspects of democratic republican societies of the 1790s, the most radical elements of the populism of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, and other similar phenomena that remained outside the mainstream of American political history. 18 Thus, we find a remarkable form of erosion, a phenomenon possible only in the realm of ideological geology, in which an ideal type based on discontinuous historical phenomena erodes into the actually existing institutions of contemporary society. As symptomatic as such analysis may be, a more substantive problem for Bookchin's politics concerns his claim that the adoption of the municipalist concept of citizenship will result in an end to conflicts between particularistic interests. He argues that we would expect that the special interests that divide people today into workers, professionals, managers, and the like would be melded into a general interest in which people see themselves as citizens guided strictly by the needs of their community and region rather than by personal proclivities and vocational concerns. 19 Yet, his very formulation preserves the idea of particularistic interest, since it focuses on the needs of one's own particular community and region. Needs that could, and, in the real world, certainly would, conflict in some ways with the needs of other communities and regions. There will always be communities that possess in relative abundance certain natural goods that fulfill real needs of the community, but which would fulfill even greater needs of other communities lacking these goods or having special conditions that render their needs more pressing. Of course, one might hold that in the best of all possible libertarian municipalisms, the citizens' highest and deepest need would be to contribute to the greatest good of humanity and the earth. But such an achievement is at best a long-term goal, dependent on an enormous evolution of communitarian values. It can certainly not be seen as a reality that will emerge quickly once decision-making is placed in hands of municipal or neighborhood assemblies. Bookchin has not thought through the strong tension in his thought between universality and particularity. Such a tension is inherent in any ecological politics that is committed to unity in diversity and which seeks to theorize the complex dialectic between whole and part. For Bookchin, this creative tension rigidifies into contradiction, as a result of his territorializing of the political realm at the level of the particular municipal community. The contradiction between particular and particular is resolved by the mere invocation of universality, not by the working out of the contradiction in a manner by which universality can emerge organically. In some ways, his version of citizenship is, on the practico-theoretical level, a regression from the universality of membership in the working class, whatever serious limitations that concept may have had. The classical anarchist and Marxist conceptions of being a worker involved a certain degree of concrete universality. On the one hand, one's privileged being qua worker consisted of membership in a universal class, but on the other it required a very concrete translation of that universality into particularity through local struggles and acts of solidarity. It became clear that mere abstract membership in the working class could not produce practical solidarity, and that contradictions based on trade, ethnicity, sex, and other factors needed to be worked out in practice: industrial unionism, the general strike, working class cultural organizations, rituals and celebrations, working class art and music, and daily papers and other publications, not to mention working class parties. Municipalists have never devoted adequate attention to the ways in which such contradictions can be worked out and the larger communal dimensions can be expressed concretely. Libertarian municipalism faces the fundamental problem that it defines one's being qua citizen above all as being a member of a particular group, the class of citizens of a given municipality. As has been noted, this generates inevitable contradictions between the interests of citizens of different municipalities. Of course, this does not exclude the achievement of universality through such particularity. In this connection, Bookchin's concept of confederalism begins to point in the right direction, but even after years of discussion the content of confederalism remained very vague and sketchy. In the end, many of the dimensions of citizenship that are essential for effective social transformation are absent from his practical politics, being largely displaced into a distant utopian future, as part the theory of the imagined confederalist system. The agent of history. Bookchin asks at one point the identity of the historical agent for sweeping social change. In a sense, he has already answered this question in his discussion of citizenship. However, his specific response focuses on the nature of the social whole constituted by the entire body of citizens. It is the people. He describes this emerging people as a counterculture in the broadest sense, and suggests that it might include alternative organizations, technologies, periodicals, food cooperatives, health and women's centers, schools, even barter markets, not to speak of local and regional coalitions. While this concept is obviously shaped and in some ways limited by the image of the U.S. counterculture of the 1960s, it reflects a broad conception of cultural creativity as the precondition for liberatory social change. This is its great strength. It points to a variety of community-oriented initiatives that develop the potential for social cooperation and grassroots organization, and thus for a many-sided transformative movement in which there is a mutually reinforcing dialectical development of major social determinants. The idea of the people as the preeminent historical agent is central to Bookchin's critique of the traditional leftist choice of the working class or proletariat for that role. He, along with other anarchists, was far ahead of most Marxists and other socialists in breaking with a one-sidedly economistic conception of social transformation. Indeed, some postmodernist Marxists and other au courant leftists now sound much like Bookchin of 30 years ago, when they run through the litany of oppressed groups and victims of domination who are now looked upon as hoped-for agents of social transformation, or as it is more likely to be expressed in the culture of resignation, agents of resistance and struggle. Bookchin can justly claim that his concept is superior to many of these current theories, in that his idea of the people maintains a degree of unity within the diversity, while leftist victimology has often degenerated into incoherent, divisive forms of identity politics. However, in the end, Bookchin, like various postmodernists, post-structuralists, post-Marxists, and post-anarchists with whom he would have little else in common, goes too far in dismissing the role of economic class analysis. He claims that while the people was an illusory concept in the 18th century, it is now a reality in view of the contemporary importance of various trans-class issues like ecology, feminism, and a sense of civic responsibility to neighborhoods and communities. 22 He is, of course, right in stressing the general, trans-class nature of such issues and movements. But as a proponent of dialectical thinking, Bookchin should have recognized that they have both a class and a trans-class nature, in the strong sense of each term, since they all have a quite specific meaning, not only in relation to gender, ethnicity, community, and nature, but also in relation to economic class. The growing concern for environmental justice and the critique of environmental racism have made this reality increasingly apparent in relation to the trans-class issue of ecology. Without addressing the particular class dimensions of an issue, along with its ethnic, gender, and cultural dimensions, a movement for radical social transformation will fail to understand it either in concrete detail or within its larger context, and will lose its ability both to communicate effectively with those intimately involved in the issue, and more importantly, to learn from them. The fact is that Bookchin's social analysis has had almost nothing to say about the evolution of class in either American or global society. Indeed, Bookchin seems in his own theory and practice to have equated the obsolescence of the classical concept of the working class with the obsolescence of any detailed class analysis. While Bookchin identifies the people as the emerging subject of history and the agent of social transformation, he also identifies a specific group within this large social category as essential to its successful formation. The agent of revolutionary change, in the strongest sense of the term agency, will be the radical intelligentsia, a social stratum which in his view has always been necessary to catalyze such change. 23 He does not discuss the nature of this intelligentsia in great detail. What is clear is that it would include theoretically sophisticated activists who would lead a libertarian municipalist movement. Presumably, it would also include activists in a variety of cultural and intellectual fields who would help spread revolutionary ideas, as has historically been the case in radical movements. Bookchin is certainly right in emphasizing the need within a movement for social transformation for a sizable segment of people with developed political commitments and theoretical grounding. However, it is essential that a movement's forms of expression and modes of communication not be directed exclusively at recruiting such a group. Libertarian municipalist politics has been based on the valid assumption that a precondition for effective social action is widely dispersed theoretical grounding. However, it has overlooked the fact that theory can be embodied in many forms of expression that go far beyond the bonds of narrow theoretical discourse. In addition, it has increasingly focused on Bookchin's own theoretical position as the definitive new synthesis of revolutionary thought. Thus, there has been too narrow a conception of theory, and too narrow a spectrum of theory, even within the confines of that conception. A heavy emphasis on the role of a narrowly defined radical intelligentsia threatens to overshadow the crucial importance of cultural creativity by those who would not identify themselves as intellectuals. This includes those who create grassroots cultural institutions, cooperative social practices, and transformed relationships in personal and family life. The non-hierarchical, cooperative principles of social ecology should lead one to pay careful attention to the subtle ways in which large numbers of people contribute to the shaping of all social institutions, whether traditional or transformative ones. Bookchin himself recognized the importance of such activity when he describes the re-emergence of the people through the development of a counterculture consisting of a variety of cooperative and communitarian groups and institutions. Point 24. He does not explain why this entire developing culture is not equally entitled to be called the historical agent. One must suspect that the answer lies in the fact that he realistically sees that the majority of participants in such a culture would be highly unlikely to have a firm grounding in a highly ideological and programmatic outlook such as libertarian municipalism. The municipality as ground of social being. The institutional goal of the process of historical transformation is, for Bookchin, the libertarian municipality. He often describes the municipality as the fundamental political reality, and indeed, the fundamental social one. He states that conceived in more institutional terms, the municipality is the basis for a free society, the irreducible ground for individuality as well as society. 25. Even more strikingly, he says that the municipality is the living cell which forms the basic unit of political life, from which everything else must emerge: confederation, interdependence, citizenship, and freedom. 26. This assertion is a response to the need for a liberatory political identity that can successfully replace the passive, disempowering identity of membership in the nation-state, and a moral identity that can successfully replace the amoral identity of consumer. For Bookchin, the municipality is the arena in which political ethics and the civic virtues that it requires can begin to germinate and ultimately achieve an abundant flowering in a rich municipal political culture. This vision of free community is in many ways a very inspiring one, and contains a powerful kernel of truth. It is far from clear, however, why the municipality should be considered such a privileged social reality. Bookchin attributes to it alone a role in social life that is in fact shared by a variety of institutions and spheres of existence. Communitarian anarchists have stressed the fundamental nature of the most intimate personal sphere, whether identified with the affinity group, the familial group, the base community, or the small intentional community. Many critical social analyses show the importance of the dialectic between this personal dimension and a variety of institutional spheres in the shaping of the self and values, including political values. Point 27. Significantly, in Bookchin's own argument for the priority of the municipality, he claims that it is the one domain outside of personal life that the individual must deal with on a very direct basis, and that the city is the most immediate environment which we encounter and with which we are obliged to deal, beyond the sphere of family and friends, in order to satisfy our needs as social beings. 28. It should be noted that these statements actually recognize the priority of the family and, perhaps, the affinity group in social life, for the city is identified as the next most important sphere of life. But beyond this rather large problem, Bookchin's case for the greater immediacy of the city does not stand up to a careful analysis of the actual experience of contemporary city dwellers. Even if we bracket the immediacy of the family and the circle of personal friends, it is not true that the individual deals in a somehow more direct way with the municipality than with other social spheres. Many millions in modern society deal at least as directly with the mass media, by way of their television sets, computers, radios, newspapers, and magazines, until they go to work and deal with bosses, co-workers, and various technologies, after which they return to the domestic hearth and further bombardment by the mass media. The municipality remains a generalized background to this more direct experience. This becomes increasingly the case, as a growing number wander through the urban landscape absorbed in their iPods, doing their texting, or talking on their cell phones. Of course, the municipality is one social and spatial context in which all the other more direct experience takes place. But this is also the case for a series of larger contexts, various political subdivisions such as states and provinces, the nation-state, the whole of society, the planet. In the case of each, everything that goes on within its limits can be said to be part of it, thereby attesting to its great importance. But this is mere formalistic, non-dialectical argumentation. The fact is that there are few needs as social beings that are satisfied uniquely by the municipality in strong contradistinction to any other source of satisfaction, and those that are, and which are enormously important, as in the case of those related to the urban imaginary, are not a significant concern for libertarian municipalism. In fact, Bookchin has at times recognized the need for this more dialectical and contextual view of the city that is defended here. In arguing against the kind of reification of the bourgeois city that takes place in traditional city planning, he states that to treat the city as an autonomous entity, apart from the social conditions that produce it, is to isolate and objectify a habitat that is itself contingent and formed by other factors. Behind the physical structure of the city lies the social community, its workaday life, values, culture, familial ties, class relations, and personal bonds. 29. It is important to apply this same kind of dialectical analysis to the conceptualization of the city in libertarian municipalism. The city must be seen as a relative social whole consisting of constituent relative social wholes, interrelated with other such relative wholes, and also as forming a part of even larger ones. 30. Add to this the natural relative wholes that are inseparable from the social ones, and then consider all the mutual determinations between all of these relative wholes and all of their various parts, and we begin to see the complexity of a dialectical social ecological analysis. The social and the political. Bookchin is unfortunately at his weakest in one of his most fundamental theoretical undertakings, the articulation of the concept of the political. He contends that he makes careful but crucial distinctions between the three societal realms, the social, the political, and the state. 31. And claims that his idea that there could be a political arena independent of the state and the social was to elude most radical thinkers. 32. His social and statist realms cover almost everything that exists in present-day society. The statist sphere subsumes all the institutions and activities through which the state operates. The social sphere includes everything else in society, with the exception of the political. This final category encompasses activity in the public sphere, a realm that he identifies with politics in the Hellenic sense of the term. 33. By this, he means the kind of participatory democratic institutions that are proposed by libertarian municipalism, and which have emerged at various points in history. Libertarian municipalists, he says, are concerned with what people do in this public or political sphere, not with what people do in their bedrooms, living rooms, or basements. 34. There is, however, a degree of unintentional irony in this statement. For it implies that whatever they may hope for in the future, for the present they should not be concerned with what people do anywhere, since the political realm does not yet exist to any significant degree. Bookchin's political resides at most within the tiny libertarian municipalist movement, though strictly speaking, it cannot now constitute even a public sphere considering how distant it is from any actual exercise of public power. Thus, Bookchin's defense of the political against those who would denature and dissolve it culminates in the effective abolition of the political as a meaningful description of anything of significance in existing society. This definition has problematical implications for practice. Bookchin argues that it is precisely the municipality that most individuals must deal with directly, once they leave the social realm and enter the public sphere. 35. But since what he calls the public sphere consists of his idealized Hellenic politics, it will be impossible for most individuals to locate it anywhere in the real world. Instead, they find only the social and statist realms, into which almost all aspects of the actually existing municipality have already been dissolved, not by any theorist, but by the course of history itself. Thus, unless Bookchin is willing to find a public sphere in the existing statist institutions that dominate municipal politics, or somewhere in that vast realm of the social, there is simply no public sphere, for the vast majority of people to enter. Embarrassing as these implications may be for Bookchin's position, his predicament is in fact much worse than this. For in claiming that the municipality is what most people deal with directly, he is condemned to defining the actually existing municipality in terms of the social, a conclusion that he wishes to avoid. Moreover, the more he forsakes abstract theory for description of actual social reality, the more he undermines his own position. He concedes that doubtless the municipality is usually the place where even a great deal of social life is existentially lived: school, work, entertainment, and simple pleasures like walking, bicycling, and DISP ording themselves 36. He might have expanded this list considerably, for almost anything that he could possibly invoke on behalf of the centrality of the municipality will fall in his sphere of the social. The actually existing municipality will thus be shown to lie overwhelmingly in his social sphere, and his argument thus becomes a demonstration of the centrality not of the political, but of the social realm. And obviously, what doesn't fall into the social sphere must lie in the actually existing statist sphere, rather than in the virtually non-existent political one. A problem for Bookchin is that his argument for municipalism works even more effectively as a defense of statism. For when one walks, bicycles, or disports oneself, either within or outside a municipality, one almost inevitably finds oneself within a nation-state. 37 After he lists the various social dimensions of the municipality, and as the implications of his argument perhaps begin to dawn on him, he protests rather feebly that all this does not efface its distinctiveness as a unique sphere of life. 38 Quite true, but that was not, of course, the point in dispute. It is perfectly consistent to accept the innocuous propositions that the municipality is distinctive and that it is a unique sphere of life while rejecting every one of Bookchin's substantive claims about its relationship to human experience, the public sphere, and the political. A more dialectical view of the political would see it not as simply located in certain narrowly defined political institutions, but as dispersed through much of what Bookchin calls the social, and even as lying within certain dimensions of the complex and self-contradictory sphere that he dismisses as the statist. Gunderson suggests certain ways in which such a more dialectical approach might be taken to various questions posed by Bookchin. Gunderson discusses the significance of deliberation in Athenian democracy, one of the most important historical paradigms for Bookchin's libertarian municipalism. He notes that while the official institutions of democracy consisted of such explicitly political forms as the assembly, the courts, and the council, the political must also be seen to have existed outside these institutions, if the role of deliberation is properly understood. Much of the deliberation that fueled their highly participatory democracy, he says, took place not in the assembly, council, or law courts, but in the agora, the public square adjacent to those places. 39 He might also have mentioned the ways in which social institutions like patriarchy and slavery were not external to the political, but rather conditioned the nature of the political even in the narrower formal institutional sense, reinforcing oligarchical and agonistic tendencies, and impeding the functioning of the democratic institutions. Bookchin's inadequately dialectical approach to the social and the political is also exemplified by his discussion of Aristotle's politics and Greek history. He notes that the two worlds of the social and political emerge, the latter from the former. Aristotle's approach to the rise of the polis is emphatically developmental. The polis is the culmination of a political whole from the growth of a social and biological part, a realm of the latent and the possible. Family and village do not disappear in Aristotle's treatment of the subject, but they are encompassed by the fuller and more complete domain of the polis. 40 But this exemplifies one of the weakest aspects of Bookchin's thought, his espousal of a very simplistic, developmental view of dialectic, in which the mere unfolding of the potentiality within a being is described as the core of dialectical movement. 41 The result is a destruction of the radical nature of dialectic. Radical negativity is reduced to an innocuous process of self-realization. The idea that dialectical movement always produces a subversive remainder disappears completely in Bookchin's account. To the extent that Aristotle, much like Bookchin, maintains a sharp division between the social and the political, his thought reflects a hierarchical dualism rooted in the institutional structure of Athenian society. This is expressed in the concept of a ruling part that is found within the self, the family, the village, and the state, and also in his idea that some peoples are born to be free and others to be slaves. Since the household is founded on patriarchal authority and a slave economy, it cannot constitute a political realm, a sphere of free interaction between equals. But somehow a realm of freedom can emerge at the political level, without transforming the social realm out of which it emerges. This is, of course, a self-contradictory project, and a dialectical account must theorize and not merely ignore all of the contradictory elements. A truly dialectical approach sees change not as mere unfolding of potentiality, but as transformative movement driven by the contradictions inherent in phenomena and existing between phenomena, and by the continuous production not of reconciliation and synthesis, but of a surplus, an excess, an irreconcilable remainder. An authentically dialectical analysis recognizes that as the political dimension emerges within society, it does not separate itself off from the rest of the social world to embed itself in an exclusive sphere. Rather, as the social whole develops, there is a transformation and politicization of many aspects of what Bookchin calls the social, a process that may take a liberatory, an authoritarian, or even a totalitarian direction. Our goal must be a conception of the political that is less ideological than Hegel's, but equally dialectical. If we, in such a left Hegelian spirit, take an essential moment of the political to be the self-conscious self-determination of the community with its own good as the end, strong agency, the emergence of the political in any sphere will be seen both to presuppose and also to imply its emergence in other spheres. In short, the social will be the political. Point 42. Paideia and civic virtue. One of the most appealing aspects of Bookchin's politics is his emphasis on the possibilities for self-realization through active participation in the political sphere. His image of engaged citizenship is inspired perhaps above all by the classical Athenian polis, which rested on the premise that its citizens could be entrusted with power because they possessed the personal capacity to use power in a trustworthy fashion. The education of citizens into rule was therefore an education into personal competence, intelligence, moral probity, and social commitment. 43. These are the kind of qualities, he believes, that must be created today in order for municipalism to operate successfully. The process of paideia or political formation must instill such civic virtues in each citizen, so that the process of individual self-realization can be reconciled with the pursuit of the collective good of the community. As valuable as these qualities may be, it is important to note the one-sidedness of the list of virtues that Bookchin attributes to his citizens. The unfortunate fact is that highly competent, very intelligent, morally scrupulous, and socially committed people are sometimes not the best community members. On the other hand, qualities such as care, compassion, sensitivity, patience, generosity, and humility that ecofeminists and other care ethicists have emphasized heavily are often typical of those who contribute most to the community. Bookchin occasionally mentions some of these virtues, but they remain in the background, much as they have generally in traditional masculinist ethics. This is not to say that the civic virtues that he lists are not essential ones. Indeed, one could hardly imagine participatory assemblies functioning effectively without them, and one often sees them succumb to weaknesses and failures precisely because of the lack of formation in such areas. But even if Bookchin's conception of civic virtue is revised into a more balanced one, his conception of paideia still poses major problems. Paideia, though often translated as education, is fundamentally a question of social formation. A theory of radical social transformation must start with a clear recognition that the processes of socialization are not now in the hands of those who would promote such transformation, including the programs of libertarian municipalism or anything vaguely related to it. Rather, they are dominated above all by economic power and the economistic culture, which, in alliance with the state, aim to train workers, employees, and managers to serve the existing system of production, and to produce a mass of consumers for the dominant system of consumption. Municipalism proposes that a populace that has been profoundly conditioned by these processes should become a citizenry, both committed to the process of self-rule and also fully competent to carry it out. This is certainly a very admirable goal. However, Bookchin's programmatic formulations sometimes seem to presuppose that such a citizenry has already been formed and merely awaits the opportunity to take power. He states, for example, that the municipalist conception of citizenship assumes that every citizen is regarded as competent to participate directly in the affairs of state. Indeed, what is more important, encouraged to do so. 44 But the success of participatory institutions would seem to require much more than either an assumption of competence or the mere encouragement of participation in civic affairs. What is necessary is that an increasing segment of the existing populace that has great potential for competence should be transformed into a body of effective and responsible members of a self-determining community. This would require the mobilization of transformative forces that pervasively shape all aspects of their lives, including, as has been argued here, the most fundamental institutional, imaginary, theoretical, and ethodic ones. To equate such socialization or paideia primarily with the institution of certain elements of libertarian municipalist politics hardly seems to be an adequate approach. Indeed, to implement aspects of its program before the cultural and psychological preconditions have been developed may very well lead to failure and disillusionment. A program of libertarian municipalism that focuses primarily on the decentralization of power to the local level might have extremely reactionary consequences within the context of the existing political culture of the United States and some other countries. One might imagine a power to the people's assemblies that would result in harsh anti-immigrant laws, extension of capital punishment, intensified repression and police brutality, expanded restrictions on freedom of speech, imposition of regressive religious practices, repressive enforcement of morality, and punitive measures against the poor, to cite some proposals that have widespread public support in perhaps a considerable majority of municipalities in the United States, not to mention the numerous parts of the world where religious fundamentalism, neo-fascism, other forms of right-wing extremism prevail. It is no accident that localism has appealed much more to the right wing in the United States, than to the dominant left or to the general population, and that reactionary localism has become both more extremist and more popular. As discussions in previous chapters have shown, the far right has worked diligently for decades at the grassroots level in many areas to create the cultural preconditions for reactionary grassroots democracy. Bookchin has stated, in response to naive ideas of localism and decentralization, that small is not necessarily beautiful. 45 It is equally true that in the real world of social domination, municipalism is not necessarily beautiful. It may indeed be quite ugly, if the preconditions for beauty do not exist. Of course, Bookchin would quite reasonably prefer to see his popular assemblies established in more progressive locales, so that they could become a model for a new democratic, and, indeed, a libertarian and populist, politics. But the possibility of far-reaching proliferation of such developments depends on a significant evolution of the larger political culture at the level of the base. To the extent that activists accept Bookchin's standpoint of hostility toward, or at best, unenthusiastic acceptance of diverse approaches to social change, this will restrict the scope of the necessary paideia, impede the pervasive transformation of society, and undercut the possibilities for effective local democracy. The fatal flaw in Bookchin's politics is expressed very clearly by Bookchin himself. He states that according to the libertarian municipalist analysis, be they large or small, the initial assemblies and the movement that seeks to foster them in civic elections remain the only real school for citizenship we have. 46 His politics reaches an ultimate impasse in the absence of any account of how participation in assemblies could possibly affect the far-reaching changes in the character of human beings that are necessary for the free community to emerge. Instead, we find generalizations such as that the assembly is the social gymnasium in which his masculinist citizens forge their selfhood and achieve muscularity of thought. One finds little deep philosophical psychology or cultural critique anywhere in Bookchin's works. Such areas of inquiry must necessarily be repressed, for they are a threat to his municipalism. The very discussion of the issues they pose leads to a consideration of the larger context of social questions that he seeks to answer within the confines of a narrowly confined and artificially bracketed political sphere. The Municipalist Program. Libertarian municipalism has always claimed to be not only a theoretical analysis of the nature of radical democracy, but a workable, practical program for change. At one point, Bookchin proposed the program of libertarian municipalism as the basis for potential organization of the Green Movement in North America. the municipalist program is presented as a viable strategy for creating and mobilizing activist movements in present-day towns and cities. Yet, one must ask what the real possibilities for organizing groups and movements under that banner might be, given the present state of political culture, given the existing public to which appeals must be addressed, and, not least of all, given the system of communication and information that must be confronted in any attempt to persuade the public. Bookchin recognizes as significant political advances structural changes, such as neighborhood assemblies or municipally run services, that move in the direction of municipal democracy or economic municipalization, electoral strategies for gaining political influence or control on behalf of the municipalist agenda, and, to some degree, alternative projects that are independent of the state. On the other hand, he rejects, either as irrelevant or as a dangerous form of co-optation, any political proposal for reform of the nation-state, beyond the local, or sometimes, the state, level. Thus, he has judged the neighborhood planning assemblies in Burlington, Vermont, as an important advance, even though these assemblies do not have policy-making, or law-making authority. On the other hand, he has rejected the legitimacy of certain rather far-reaching demands by the Green Movement because they propose action at the national level. Bookchin criticizes very severely all strategies that do not lead toward municipal direct democracy and municipal self-management, since he sees these approaches as forms of capitulation to the dominant system. He rejects the active participation by municipalists, social ecologists, left Greens, and anarchists in movements for social justice, peace, and other progressive causes when the specific goals of these movements are not clearly linked to a comprehensive liberatory vision of social, economic, and political transformation, which he essentially limits, at this point in history, to the libertarian municipalist program. It is doubtful whether, if Bookchin were on the scene today, he would have encouraged libertarian municipalists to become active in as broad and non-programmatic a movement as Occupy Wall Street, despite its anarchist and horizontalist dimensions. Bookchin and Beale's critique of the left Greens shows the implications of this anti-reformist position. They attack this tendency for its demand to cut the Pentagon budget by 95%, and its proposals for a $10 per hour minimum wage, a 30-hour work week with no loss of income, and a workers' superfund 47. They hold that the failing in these proposals is that they do not eliminate the last 5% of the military budget, thus supporting the nation-state, and that they perpetuate economic control at the national level. Bookchin dismisses the left Greens' proposals as commonplace economic demands. 48. He distinguishes between his own efforts to enlarge the directly democratic possibilities that exist within the Republican system and the left Greens' typical trade unionist and social democratic demands that are designed to render capitalism and the state more palatable. 49. It is true that the left Greens' proposals are reformist, rather than revolutionary, though they might fairly be described as radically reformist. It is impossible, however, to deduce a priori the conclusion that all efforts to make national economic policy more just and to demilitarize the nation-state are inherently regressive or cooptative. The empirical evidence on such matters is far from conclusive. For example, reforms producing improvement in conditions for the less privileged segments of society may lead them to become more politically engaged and facilitate their radicalization. Successful fights for decent primary, secondary, and higher education have sometimes intensified social contradictions by producing a well-educated populace that rebels against institutions that deny them the better life for which their education has prepared them. There is, in fact, an inspiring history of struggles for limited goals that did not betray the more far-reaching visions, and indeed revolutionary impulses, of the participants. Success in these limited struggles sometimes contributes to the development of the communities of solidarity and liberation on which the emergence of the free communitarian society will depend. For example, the anarchists who fought for the reformist goal of the 8-hour workday did not give up their revolutionary goal of the abolition of capitalism. 50 There is no reason why left Greens today cannot similarly fight for a 30-hour work week without giving up their vision of economic democracy. Indeed, it seems important that those who have utopian visions should also stand with ordinary people in their fights for justice and democracy, even though many of these people may not have yet developed such visions, and may not have learned yet how to articulate their hopes in theoretical terms. Unless this occurs, the prevailing dualistic split between reflection and action will continue to be reproduced in movements for social transformation, and the kind of people that libertarian municipalism presupposes will never become a reality. To reject all reform proposals at the level of the nation-state a priori reflects a lack of sensitivity to the issues that are meaningful in relation to the lives and aspirations of actual people now. Bookchin is correct in his view that groups like the Left Greens easily lose the utopian and transformative dimension of their outlook as they become focused on reform proposals that might immediately appeal to a wide public. It is true that the Left Green proposal to democratize the United Nations seems rather outlandish from the radically decentralist perspective of the Left Green movement itself. Yet, it is inconsistent for Bookchin to dismiss all proposals for reform, merely because they propose something less than the immediate abolition of the nation-state. Libertarian municipalism itself advocates, for the immediate present, working for change within subdivisions of the nation-state, as municipalities, and states, including small ones like Vermont, most certainly are at present. Social ecological politics requires a dialectical approach to social phenomena, and this implies a careful analysis of the political culture, situated in relation to its larger natural and social context, and an understanding of the possibilities inherent in it. The danger of programmatic tendencies, which are endemic to the traditional left and to all the sectarianisms it has spawned, is that they rigidify one's view of society, reinforce dogmatism, inflexibility, and attachment to one's ideas, limit one's social imagination, and discourage the open, experimental spirit that is necessary for creative social change. While libertarian municipalism has taken a narrow, sectarian form, it can also be understood as a more general orientation toward radical grassroots democracy in towns and neighborhoods. Looked at in this broader sense, the concept can make a significant contribution to the development of a vision of a free, cooperative community. Bookchin sometimes presented a far-reaching list of proposals for developing more ecologically responsible and democratic communities. These include the establishment of community credit unions, community-supported agriculture, associations for local self-reliance, and community gardens. 51 Elsewhere, he includes in the minimal steps for creating left-green municipalist movements such activities as electing council members who support assemblies and other popular institutions, establishing civic banks to fund municipal enterprises and land purchases, creating community-owned enterprises, and forming grassroots networks. For various purposes. 52. In a discussion of how a municipalist movement might be initiated in the state of Vermont, he presents proposals that emphasize cooperatives and even small individually owned businesses. 53. He suggests that the process could begin with the purchase of unprofitable enterprises to create worker self-managed cooperatives, the establishment of land trusts, and support for small-scale enterprises. This could be done, he notes, without infringing on the proprietary rights of small retail outlets, service establishments, artisan shops, small farms, local manufacturing enterprises, and the like. 54. He concludes that in such a system, cooperatives, farms, and small retail outlets would be fostered with municipal funds and placed under growing public control. 55. He adds that a people's bank to finance the economic projects could be established, buying groups to support local farming could be established, and public land could be used for domestic gardening. 56. These proposals present the outline of an admirable program for promoting a vibrant local economy based on cooperatives and small businesses. Yet, it is precisely the municipalist element of such a program that might be least practical for quite some time. It seems likely that for the present the members of cooperatives and the owners of small enterprises would have little enthusiasm for coming under increasing public control, if this means that the municipality, either through an assembly or local officials, increasingly takes over management decisions. Whatever might evolve eventually as a cooperative economy develops, a program for change in the real world must either have an appeal to an existing public, or must have a workable strategy for creating such a public. There is certainly considerable potential for broad support for public control in areas like environmental protection, health and safety measures, and greater economic justice for workers. However, the concept of public control of economic enterprises through management by neighborhood or municipal assemblies is, to use Buchan's terminology, a nonsense demand at present, since the preconditions for making it meaningful do not exist. The demand certainly should be meaningful, but only will be to the degree that growing communities of solidarity and liberation create those preconditions. Beyond the fetishism of assemblies. While Buchan sees the municipality as a whole as the most important political realm, he identifies the municipal assembly as the privileged organ of democratic politics, and puts enormous emphasis on its place in both the creation and functioning of free municipalities. Popular assemblies, he says, are the minds of a free society, the administrators of their policies are the hands. 57. However, as central as assemblies may be to the realization of participatory democracy, this metaphor distorts and exaggerates their possible significance. One hears echoes of the dualistic and hierarchical Aristotelian idea of the rational element as the ruling part of the person, in this case the social organism. In reality, the mind of a society will always be widely dispersed throughout all social realms. Not only is it not necessary that a society's most significant thought and reflection should take place in popular assemblies, it is inconceivable that most of it should occur there. Particularly in a community that encourages creative thought and imagination, social intelligence will operate through the ongoing reflection of individuals in their everyday lives, through diverse, thriving networks of small groups and grassroots institutions in which these individuals formulate their ideas and aspirations, and through vibrant democratic media of communication in which citizens exchange ideas and shape the values of the community. 58. Buchan fails to confront adequately issues concerning the scope of decision-making by assemblies. He clearly believes that all important policy decisions can and should be made in the assembly, even in the case of emergencies. He confidently assures us that, given modern logistical conditions, there can be no emergency so great that assemblies cannot be rapidly convened to make important policy decisions by a majority vote, and the appropriate boards convened to execute these decisions irrespective of a community's size or the complexity of its problems. Experts will always be available to offer their solutions, hopefully competing ones that will foster discussion, to the more specialized problems a community may face. 59. But this is hardly convincing. Are we to believe that all issues concerning education, social aid, health, neighborhood, town and regional, community planning, energy, sanitation, conflict resolution, self-defense, agreements with other communities or bodies, and a multitude of other major concerns can be resolved and largely administered by an assembly consisting of the whole body of the citizens? In a densely populated, technologically complex, intricately interrelated world, every community will need to make difficult, complex decisions concerning this entire spectrum of issues that can hardly be dealt with on an ad hoc basis by large assemblies. It is impossible to imagine assemblies formulating directives on such matters that are so specific that administrators would have no significant role in shaping policy, or that they could carry out policies without reflection and deliberation. All complex systems of social organization require developed forms of administration of rules and policies. A just, democratic system will devote much attention to shaping administration in accord with its basic values and structuring it to minimize typical dangers. It seems rather remarkable that Buchan never explores the basic question of whether any formal, codified system of local law should exist to give direction to the administration of policy. 60. If such laws, or, indeed, and general rules and policy decisions are adopted by an assembly, they must then be applied to particular cases and articulated by judicial and administrative agencies. It is inevitable that these agencies will have some share in political power. But this alternative is inconsistent with his many affirmations of the supremacy of the assembly. On the other hand, if no explicit general rules are adopted by the assembly, then it will have the impossibly complex task of applying its implicit rules to all disputed cases and formulating all important details of programs. We are left with a purgatorial vision of hapless citizens condemned to listening endlessly to hopefully competing experts on every imaginable area of municipal administration and then desperately struggling to micromanage all the affairs of the community. It is possible that if Buchan's proposals were instituted, the policy-making power of administrators might even be greater than in other systems, in view of the fact that he does not propose any significant sphere for judicial or legal institutions that might check administrative power. Unless we assume that libertarian municipalist communities will become and remain quite simplified, an assumption that is inconsistent with Buchan's ideas concerning technology, cities, etc., then it would in reality be impossible for all decisions concerning the application of policy decisions to specific cases to be made in the Assembly, or to be supervised directly by the Assembly. A popular judiciary and administration might be one way of solving such problems. 61 However, the judicial and administrative realms remain almost a complete void in Buchan's political theory, despite his fleeting references to popular courts in classical Athens and other historical cases. Among the possible libertarian and democratic procedures to perform judicial and administrative functions are popular juries, as proposed by Godwin 2 centuries ago, and citizens' committees, as recently suggested by Bernheim. 62. Buchan dismisses proposals for popular juries and citizens' committees as unacceptable systems of representation. 63 However, this assessment does not reflect the true nature of proposals such as those of Godwin and Bernheim. In fact, neither system includes representation in the sense of the creation of a specific group of elected officials separate from the body of citizens. One of the appealing aspects of such juries and committees is that since membership is determined through random selection, all citizens have an equal opportunity to exercise decision-making power. It is an exemplary case of keeping the empty place of power as empty as possible. Some of the possible corrupting influences of large assemblies, encouragement of egoistic competition, undue influence by power-seeking personalities, etc., are much less likely to emerge in such a context. Both the application of general decisions to specific cases at the local level and collective decision-making beyond the local level pose difficult challenges to direct democracy. Popular committees and juries offer participatory democratic means of performing functions that cannot possibly be carried out effectively by assemblies. Moreover, there is a sense in which democratic bodies consisting of randomly selected citizens are the most radically democratic and most radically anarchistic form of communal self-determination and self-administration. Rancière has presented a powerful case to this effect. He contends that democracy first of all means this: anarchic government, one based on nothing other than the absence of every title to govern. 64 It is anarchistic in two senses, in that it is most inimical to any form of domination, and in that all, no matter what real or pretended advantages they may have over others, including personal charisma or rhetorical ability, must bow before the law of chance. 65 The drawing of lots is the most radical power of the people, because it does not mean rule by the majority, or by any group or segment of society, but rather the power of anyone at all, the equality of capabilities to occupy the positions of governors and the governed. 66 Rancière argues that the reason the drawing of lots now seems contrary to every serious principle for selecting governors is because we have at once forgotten what democracy meant and what type of nature it aimed at countering. 67 What democracy meant was what classical political theory attacked it for, in the name of social order and reason, and what modern political theory attacks it for, usually in the name of democracy, that it was a process leading to the overthrow of all forms of anarchy. And the nature that it sought to counter was the ideological conception of nature, in which hierarchy and domination were inscribed into the nature of things. In short, the great book of nature was written in language of anarchy. So there is challenging work of remembering at hand, work that will only succeed to the degree that it is transformed into active experimentation with the neglected participatory forms of association, experimentation that fortunately is beginning to occur on a much wider scale. Some empirical support for the promise of popular committees and administrative groups has recently emerged in the Occupy movement, in which the most important work is often done not in general assemblies, but rather in diverse committees that are sometimes called working groups or workshops. 68 For example, participants in Occupy Slovenia report that committees or workshops have become more basic expressions of direct action and of the diversity of the movement than are the assemblies. Of particular importance is the way that the democracy of direct action, with its empowerment of decentralized workshops rather than the Central Assembly, encourages new initiatives, even initiatives that the majority of those at the Assembly might not actively support. 69 Most of my own work in Occupy New Orleans has focused on helping coordinate a working group, the Solidarity Economy Group, which acts independently of the General Assembly, though in accord with our common values, and is able to do outreach and focused grassroots organizing that is beyond the scope of the Assembly, and though group meetings are somewhat larger than Assembly meetings. It is clear that the future success of grassroots democracy will depend on experimentation with various participatory forms and our ability to learn from the sharing of, and reflection on, our engaged experience. We must pay careful attention to the many places in the world where such experimentation is taking place. For example, very significant evidence concerning the balance between assemblies and other democratic organs is offered by the experience of the Bolivian indigenous social movements. Zibecki reports that during the insurgency of 2003 in El Alto, neighborhood governments supplanted the delegitimized and absent state, and actions were carried out directly by the residents of the neighborhoods, overriding all other institutions and organizations, even the ones created by them beforehand. 70 The grassroots participatory assemblies were extremely important, but were not the privileged locus of popular power. They acted as structures of territorial identity within which other kinds of loyalties, organizational networks, solidarities, and initiatives are deployed in an autonomous manner. 71 Significantly, within the neighborhood microgovernments that were organized, all social leadership was revolved. 72 Also, in the Indian Army, assignment of positions was rotating, cyclical, using the same system of rotation as the rural community. Everyone has an equal chance to be a commander. 73 In both the civil and military spheres, decision-making and administration of communal affairs were divided between the community assembly and other bodies that were based on rotation of membership. This experience offers important lessons on how a community can act democratically and effectively in areas that necessarily go beyond the scope and capacities of assemblies. Another issue that must be faced by advocates of popular assemblies is that even within the formally democratic assembly itself, true participatory democracy is not necessarily realized. It is important that disguised power relations should not achieve legitimacy through the ideology of an egalitarian, democratic body in which the people supposedly act in an unmediated fashion, and in which their will is considered transparent. In fact, in assemblies with hundreds or thousands of members, or even with tens of thousands of potential members, as proposed by libertarian municipalism, there is an enormous potential for manipulation and power-seeking behavior. If it is true that power corrupts, as anarchists more than anyone else have stressed, then one cannot look with complacency on the power that comes from being the center of attention of a large assembly, from success in debate before such an assembly, and from the quest for victory for one's cause. Rousseau's classic critique of the dire effect on democratic assemblies of factions and parties was well founded. To minimize these dangers, it is necessary to avoid idealizing assemblies, to analyze carefully their strengths and weaknesses, and to experiment with processes that can bring them closer to the highest ideals that inspire them. The scale of the assembly is one of the key questions that participatory democrats must confront. Bookchin recognizes that given the size of existing municipalities, there will be a need for even more decentralized decision-making bodies. He suggests that whether a municipality can be administered by all its citizens in a single assembly or has to be subdivided into several confederally related assemblies depends much on its size, and he proposes that the assembly might be constituted on block, neighborhood, or town level. 74 The majority of the world now lives in urbanized areas, over 20% in urban agglomerations of over 1 million, and over 5% in megacities of over 10 million that are growing rapidly. In such a global context, the idea of municipal assemblies becomes increasingly less viable. 75 In highly urbanized sectors of global society, the creation of democratic assemblies at the level of the neighborhood, or even smaller units, seems to be a more promising approach. Zibecka notes that between 1988 and 2005 the number of neighborhood assemblies in El Alto tripled, but the size of the neighborhoods decreased from 2,000 to between 1,300 and 1,400 people. He observes that as the assemblies got smaller they became stronger and less subject to co-optation. 76. It must be recognized that the concept of the neighborhood is itself a problematical one. The term neighborhood can refer to anything ranging from an arbitrary administrative unit to a rather clearly defined, historically and culturally determined community. Bookchin claims that New York City, for example, still consists of neighborhoods that are organic communities. 77 It is true that in many contemporary American cities with long histories there remains a significant degree of identification with neighborhoods that can contribute to the creation of neighborhood democracy. Yet, to describe the neighborhoods of New York or other present-day cities as organic communities is not realistic. These cities have been thoroughly transformed according to the exigencies of the state, bureaucratic administration, surveillance and control, capitalist production, marketing, and real estate speculation, with all the atomization, fragmentation, and privatization that this implies. Natives of many great historic cities with strong neighborhood traditions, e.g. Paris, complain that traditional neighborhoods have been almost completely destroyed by commercialization, land speculation, and displacement of the less affluent to the suburbs. Furthermore, neighborhood tradition itself is at once organic and inorganic, containing both the history of commonalities and the history of social contradiction. The political significance of urban tradition does not imply a mere defense of that which is simply there, but a process of contestation and social creativity based on that which both is and is not there. It is not that when we go there, there's no there there. There is something there, and there are ghosts of what has been there. There are radical fragments, and perhaps revolutionary absences. In the United States, much of traditional urban neighborhood life has been undermined by social atomization, institutionalized racism, and the migration of capital and economic support away from the center. Bookchin correctly cites my own city of New Orleans as an example of a city that has a strong tradition of culturally distinct neighborhoods that have endured with clear identities until recent times. 78 But it is also a good example of the culturally corrosive effects of contemporary economistic society, which progressively transforms local culture into a commodity for advertising, real estate speculation, and tourism, while it destroys it as a lived reality. Thus, the neighborhood organic community is much more an imaginary construct that is often entangled with nostalgic feelings and that reflects class and ethnic antagonisms than an existing state of affairs. Rather than seeing the neighborhood as an idealized organic community, we should instead see it as a dialectical community. This means that it is a social project in which citizens create and recreate the neighborhood community, by grounding it in and reaffirming certain existing organic elements, igniting communal indignation through a shared realization of loss, generating new elements founded on the creative interpretation of needs and aspirations, and, finally transforming all these elements through their mutual interaction as this developing project gains coherence. As mentioned, we live in a world of rapid growth of cities, and especially megalopolises. Radical changes are taking place in global urban society, and these pose crucial questions for the libertarian municipalist model. What would a local assembly look like in the third world megalopolises that are the fastest growing segment of global society? Could delegates from hundreds or thousands of block or neighborhood assemblies come to an agreement with rigorous instructions from their assemblies, as Bookchin's municipalist program suggests? He is certainly right when he states that one of our chief goals must be to radically decentralize our industrialized urban areas into humanly scaled cities and towns that are ecologically sound. 79 But a social ecological politics must not only aim at such far-reaching, visionary goals but also offer effective political options for the increasing proportion of humanity that lives in highly populated urban areas, and, above all, the inhabitants of the rapidly growing slums and shanty towns of the global south, who face catastrophic crises requiring practical responses as soon as possible. It seems difficult to avoid the conclusion that such cities will require a combination of democratic assemblies and forms of committee, jury, and even council decision-making that must be made as democratic and as responsible to the whole community as is possible. If social ecological politics and communitarian anarchism are to be meaningful today, they must confront this real urban world and offer hope for effective liberatory action. It is clear that in the real world direct participatory democracy will imply local assemblies of considerable size. Consequently, certain well-known dangers of large deliberative bodies must be taken seriously. Among the problems that often emerge in such bodies are competitiveness, egotism, theatrics, demagogy, charismatic leadership, factionalism, aggressiveness, obsession with procedural details, domination of discussion by manipulative minorities, and passivity of the majority. These are ever-present dangers, but they are likely to be aggravated by the size of the local assembly, which will be many times larger than most traditional legislative bodies. Moreover, the gap in political sophistication between individuals in local assemblies will no doubt be much greater than in traditional bodies composed of members of the political class, who must develop a certain degree of political expertise to succeed politically. Finally, the local assembly would lose one important advantage possessed by systems of representation, for all their other drawbacks. Elected representatives can be chastised for betraying the people when they seem to act contrary to the will or interest of the community. On the other hand, those who emerge as leaders of a democratic assembly, including those who take power by default if most do not participate actively in managing the affairs of the community, might be able to disguise undemocratic behavior more effectually, since they can claim to be acting as equal members of a popular democratic body. It will be instructive to listen again to Zibecki on the lessons about power to be learned from indigenous experience. He quotes Claes trace on the implicit forces of hierarchy and domination within any culture or social structure that have always threatened to give rise to the state if not combated. Yes, the state exists in primitive societies, even in the tiniest band of nomad hunters. It exists, but it is constantly being warded off, it is constantly being prevented. It is ceaselessly prevented from becoming a reality. A primitive society directs all its efforts toward preventing its chief from becoming a chief, and that can go as far as murder. The history of societies without classes is that history of their struggle against the latent state, it is the history of their effort to code the UX of power. 81. Zibecki concludes that the state exists, effectively, in every neighborhood council, in every practice organized in a structured way, but notes further that the residents have also developed mechanisms to address this, ranging from non-cooperation to overt insurrection, and including tactics they have been using for 500 years. 82. An authentically democratic movement will honestly and openly recognize the considerable potential for the emergence of disguised and mystified elitism and power-seeking within assemblies. It will deal with this threat not only through formal procedures within assemblies, but above all by creating a communitarian, democratic culture that will express itself in decision-making bodies and in all other institutions. For the assembly and other organs of direct democracy to contribute effectively to a free, cooperative community, they must be purged of the competitive, agonistic, masculinist aspects that have often corrupted them. They can only fulfill their democratic promise if they are an integral expression of the cooperative community that embodies in its institutions a spirit of solidarity with that community itself, and with the larger communities of humanity and nature. Such a community will only be realized if the movement to create it is itself a transformative community that reshapes, through its own self-consciously liberatory and solidaristic processes and institutions, the values, feelings, sensibilities, and relationships of its members. The meaning of such personal transformation has been elaborated perhaps most explicitly in feminist, and especially ecofeminist, ethics, which has pointed out that the dominant moral and political discourses have exhibited a one-sided emphasis on ideas and principles, and neglected the realm of feeling and sensibility. The feminist call for an expansion of the borders of the moral through an ethics of care has been developed further into the ecofeminist politics of care for humanity and nature. In its most radical version, materialist ecofeminism as a political vision is rooted historically and experientially, given ethical substance, through an analysis of the subsistence labor and caregiving activities of women and indigenous peoples around the world. Ariel Sala points out, in a passage specifically aimed at Beale's implicitly masculinist position, that for ecofeminism politics is no longer focused exclusively on the mechanics of public order and justice, but seen to penetrate the recesses of daily life and the very fabric of the discursive medium itself. 83 In this spirit, we must explore the ways in which the transition from formal to substantive democracy depends not only on the establishment of more radically democratic forms, but also on the establishment of cultural practices that foster a radically democratic, egalitarian, mutualistic, and communitarian ethos. Municipal economics. One of the most compelling aspects of Buchan's political thought is the central role of an ethical critique of the dominant economistic society, and the call for the creation of a moral economy as a precondition for a just ecological society. He asserts that such a moral economy implies the emergence of a productive community to replace the amoral mere marketplace that currently prevails. Further, it requires that producers explicitly agree to exchange their products and services on terms that are not merely equitable or fair but supportive of each other. 84 He believes that if the prevailing system of economic exploitation and the dominant economistic culture based on it are to be eliminated, a sphere must be created in which people find new forms of exchange to begin successfully replacing capitalist relations, and this sphere must be capable of ultimately displacing the capitalism system entirely. He sees this sphere as above all that of the municipalized economy. He states that under libertarian municipalism, property becomes part of a larger whole that is controlled by the citizen body in assembly as citizens. 85 Elsewhere, he explains that land, factories, and workshops would be controlled by popular assemblies of free communities, not by a nation-state or by worker-producers who might very well develop a proprietary interest in them. 86. Communitarian anarchists must agree with Bookchin that democratic community control of production is an essential element of the ultimate social ideal. The free community will be a realization of what Buber called the full cooperative, that is the synthesis of cooperative production, cooperative consumption, and cooperative living. However, for the immediate future, at least, it is not at all clear that a municipalized economic sector should be looked upon as the primary focus of economic transformation, rather than as one area among many in which significant economic change should take place. It is possible to imagine a broad spectrum of self-managed enterprises, individual producers, and small partnerships that would enter into a growing cooperative economic sector that would incorporate social ecological values. The extent to which the communitarian principle of distribution according to need can be achieved will be proportional to the degree to which cooperative and communitarian values have evolved, and to which the institutional structures within which they exist will have emerged. Bookchin is certainly right in his view that participation in a moral economy will be an ongoing education in forms of association, virtue, and decency. 87 Through which citizens develop cooperative, communitarian qualities and relationships. And it is true that ideally price, resources, personal interests, and costs will play no role in a moral economy and that there will be no accounting of what is given and taken. 88 However, social transformation always begins with historically determined persons in a historically determined cultural context. Though an anarcho-communist system of distribution is the most ethically justifiable one as a long-term goal, the attempt to put such a system into practice in the short run, without developing the psychological and institutional preconditions for its successful functioning, would be a certain recipe for disillusionment and economic failure. Moreover, while the free community will certainly reject accounting in the individualist, proprietarian sense of reducing every exchange to a quantifiable monetary transaction, nevertheless, the community may very well find it desirable to take account of exchanges in relation to both social and ecological needs and to available means, even with a degree of specificity that is unimaginable under capitalism. Bookchin and Beale sometimes attribute to the process of municipalization an almost miraculous power to abolish or render innocuous with great rapidity all egoistic and particularistic interests that have been deeply inculcated by the culture of late capitalism. They attack proposals for worker self-management on the grounds that such a system does not, as in the case of municipalization, eliminate the possibility that particularistic interests of any kind will develop in economic life. 89 and contend that in a democratized polity workers would develop a general public interest, 90 rather than a particularistic one of any sort. But it is also quite possible for the citizens of a municipality, or neighborhood, to put their own interest above that of the members of other communities, or that of the larger community of nature. The mere fact of being a citizen of a municipality does not in itself assure identification with a general public interest. On the other hand, the condition of being such a citizen poses the problem of reconciling particular, local, neighborhood, municipal, interest with general, federative, regional, bi-original, global, interests. Furthermore, libertarian municipalism has not confronted adequately the problem of possible conflict between the particularistic perspective of the worker in a productive enterprise and the particularistic perspective of the citizen of the municipality. Bookchin and Beale have proposed that workers in their area of the economy be placed on advisory boards that are merely technical agencies, with no power to make policy decisions. 91 But this would do little if anything to solve the problem of conflict of interest. Bookchin calls the municipally managed enterprise at one point a worker-citizen-controlled enterprise, 92 But the actual control is effectively limited to members of the community acting as citizens, not as workers. Shared policy making between the community members qua community members and the workers qua workers, despite its complexities, would seem to be a much more promising short to medium-term option. In either case, pure community democracy or a mixed system of community and workplace democracy, it seems obvious that there would be a continual potential for conflict between workers who are focused on their needs and responsibilities as producers and assembly members who are focused on the needs and responsibilities of the local community as a whole, and this problem cannot be solved through a merely theoretical affirmation of the priority of the community. Another area of possible conflict between the community and the workplace concerns small, non-exploitative enterprises. Bookchin suggests that for a certain period of time, municipalist policies would not infringe on the proprietary rights of small retail outlets, service establishments, artisan shops, small farms, local manufacturing enterprises, and the like. 93 The question arises, though, of why the sector should not continue to exist in the long term, alongside more cooperative forms of production, if some citizens voluntarily choose this alternative. Would the assembly at a certain point abolish such enterprises by fiat, even if they had not evolved in an exploitative direction? A precedent for their continuation as an individualist sector within a larger communal economy is the experience of the collectives in the Spanish Revolution. Collectives that often included the majority of people in a village existed alongside small farms and enterprises of individualists who did not join. 94 There is no conclusive evidence that such small enterprises are necessarily exploitative or that they cannot be operated in a socially and ecologically sound manner within a larger solidarity economy. This would be the case to the degree that the community democratically establishes just and effective parameters of social and ecological responsibility. 95 However, Bookchin vehemently rejects this possibility. He claims that if any sort of market and any individual enterprises continue to exist, then competition will force even the smallest enterprise eventually either to grow or to die, to accumulate capital or to disappear, to devour rival enterprises or to be devoured. 96 Yet, he has noted that historically the existence of a market has not been equivalent to the existence of a market-dominated society. He has not explained why such a distinction cannot hold in the future. He has himself been criticized by purist anarchists who attack his acceptance of municipal government as a capitulation to Anarchism. Yet, he rightly distinguishes between the mere existence of governmental institutions and statism, the system of political domination that results from the centralization of political power in the nation-state. Similarly, one may distinguish between the mere existence of market exchanges and capitalism, the system of economic domination that tends toward the concentration of economic power in large corporate enterprises, based on the structural possibility of capital endlessly reproducing and expanding itself through exchange. But whatever the long-term future of the market may be, it is in fact the economic context in which present-day experiments take place. If municipally owned enterprises are established, they will at present necessarily operate within a market, if only because many of the resources they need for production will be produced within the market economy. It is also likely that they would choose to sell some or most of their products within the market, since the vast majority of potential consumers, including those most sympathetic to cooperative experiments, would still be operating within the market economy. Indeed, it is not certain that even if a great many such municipal enterprises were created that they would choose to limit their exchanges entirely to the network of similar enterprises, rather than continuing to participate in the larger market. 97 Whatever may be the case in the future, to the extent that municipalized enterprises are proposed as a real-world practical strategy, they will necessarily constitute, by Buchan's own criteria, a reform within the existing economy. Thus, it is inconsistent for advocates of libertarian municipalism to attack proposals for self-management as mere reformism. These proposals, like Buchan's, are incapable of abolishing the state and capitalism by fiat or by some automatic process of gradual growth and absorption. But were they adopted, they would represent a real advance in expanding the cooperative and democratic aspects of production, while at the same time improving the economic position and effective freedom of the exploited and disenfranchised. Moreover, they can be part of the larger process of developing growing communities of liberation and solidarity that can ultimately act collectively for fundamental social transformation. The confederative principle. Anarchist political thought has usually proposed that social cooperation beyond a local level should take place through voluntary federations of relatively autonomous individuals, workplaces, or communities. While classical anarchist theorists such as Proudhon and Bakunin called such a system federalism, Bookchin calls his variation on this theme confederalism. He describes its structure as consisting of above all a network of administrative councils whose members or delegates are elected from popular face-to-face democratic assemblies, in the various villages, towns, and even neighborhoods of large cities. 98 Under such a system, power will remain entirely in the hands of the assemblies. Policy-making is exclusively the right of popular community assemblies, while administration and coordination are the responsibility of confederal councils. 99 Councils therefore exist only to carry out the will of the assemblies. Toward this end, the members of these confederal councils are strictly mandated, recallable, and responsible to the assemblies that chose them for the purpose of coordinating and administering the policies formulated by the assemblies themselves. 100 The administrative councils are thus not democratic decision-making bodies in any sense. They are strictly limited to carrying out the directives of such democratic bodies. It is not clear how this absolute division between policy-making and administration could work in practice. How, for example, is administration to occur when there are disagreements between assemblies on policies or the means of administering policies? Since there can be no delegation of policy-making authority, effective collective activity would seemingly depend in many cases on a consensus of assemblies that is expressed in the administrative councils. The only other solution would be for only those communities that are in agreement to administer policies collectively. However, this option would work only for those policies that could succeed even with the non-cooperation of a segment of the confederated communities. Many endeavors, such as road building projects, flood protection programs, and conservation plans, would require cooperation of contiguous communities in order to succeed. Thus, much would depend on the achievement of consensus. It should be noted that Bookchin is quick to attack the tyranny of consensus as a decision-making procedure within assemblies, in which small numbers of dissenters can delay or defeat collective action. Yet, ironically, he seems obliged to depend on consensus, and, in fact, depend on absolute consensus rather than the modified consensus often adopted by assemblies, for decision-making in bodies whose members are rigidly mandated to vote according to previous directions from their assemblies. He seems, at least, to be committed to such a position until he comes to the question of what should occur when some communities do not abide by certain fundamental principles. He states that if particular communities or neighborhoods or a minority grouping of them choose to go their own way to a point where human rights are violated or where ecological mayhem is permitted, the majority in a local or regional confederation has every right to prevent such malfeasance through its Confederal Council 101. However, this proposal blatantly contradicts his requirement that policy be made only at the assembly level. If sanctions are imposed by a majority vote of the council, this would be an obvious case of a quite important policy being adopted above the assembly level. No single assembly could adopt collective action by many communities. A very crucial, unanswered question is by what means the Confederal Council would exercise such a preventive authority. Presumably Bookchin has in mind various forms of coercion. But whatever his answer might be, such action would constitute policy making above the assembly level in important areas. There is clearly a broad scope for interpretation of what does or does not infringe on human rights, or what does or does not constitute an unjustifiable ecological danger. If the majority of communities, acting confederally through a council, uses coercion to deal with such basic issues, then certain state-like functions would clearly emerge at the confederal level. Whether they should is an issue that must be considered by anarchists. However, what is clear is that the possible emergence of such functions should be recognized and judged without illusions. It would seem that the only way to avoid this result is to take a purist anarchist approach, in which collective action could only be taken above the assembly level through fully voluntary agreements of the communities, and that communities would have full rights of non-cooperation or secession on any issue. According to such an approach, a community would have the right to refuse to cooperate, even in order to pursue goals that other communities think unjust or ecologically destructive. Under this form of confederal organization, everything would be decided by consensus, and the majority of confederating communities would have no power of enforcement in any area. This option would be consistent with Bookchin's initial claim that no decision-making should be made at the confederal level, though very few would consider it a viable way of solving problems in a complex world. There are other aspects of Bookchin's confederalism that raise questions about the practicality or even the possibility of such a system. He proposes that activities of the assemblies be coordinated through the confederal councils, and that members of these councils must be rotatable, recallable, and, above all, rigorously instructed in written form to support or oppose any issue that appears on the Agenda 102. But could such instruction be a practical possibility in highly populated, complex, technologically sophisticated societies? Could this system function at the equivalent of the national level, at the regional level, or even at the municipal level? Paris, the city that produced the revolutionary sections that are one of the great inspirations for municipalism, might be taken as an example. Metropolitan Paris has today roughly 12 million people. If government were devolved into assemblies for each sizable neighborhood of 25,000 people, there would be nearly 500 assemblies in the metropolitan area. If it were decentralized into much more democratic assemblies for areas of a few blocks, with about 1,000 citizens each, there would then be 12,000 assemblies. If the city thus had hundreds or even thousands of neighborhood assemblies, and each several assemblies, as Bookchin suggests, would send delegates to councils, which presumably would have to form even larger confederations for truly municipal issues, could the chain of responsibility hold up? If so, how? And if not? If municipalism is not practicable in the kind of society in which real human beings happen to find themselves, then the question arises of what other political arrangements might be practicable and which also move in the direction of the admirable goals that Bookchin seeks to realize through municipalism. Municipalizing nature? As Bookchin increasingly focused on the idea of municipalist politics, the theme of ecological politics faded increasingly further into the background of his thought. In fact, the idea of a bioriginal politics was never incorporated into his version of social ecology. Yet, there are two fundamental social ecological concepts that essentially define a bioriginal perspective. One is the recognition of the dialectic of nature and culture, in which the larger natural world is seen as an active co-participant in the creative activities of human beings. The other is the recognition of unity in diversity, in which the unique, determinate particularity of each part is seen as making an essential contribution to the unfolding of the developing whole. While Bookchin has done much to stress the importance of such general conceptions, what has been missing in his municipalist politics is sensitivity to the details of the natural world and the quite particular ways in which it can and does shape human cultural endeavors, and a sense of inhabiting various natural wholes, whether ecosystems, bioregions, or the entire biosphere. This is exactly what bioriginalism contributes to ecological politics. One finds in Bookchin's writings little detailed discussion of ecological situatedness and bioriginal particularity. Typically, he limits himself to statements such as that there should be a sensitive balance between town and country 103 and that a municipality should be delicately attuned to the natural ecosystem in which it is located 104. Elsewhere, he says that ecological communities should be networked confederally through ecosystems, bioregions, and biomes, that they must be artistically tailored to their natural surroundings, and that they would aspire to live with, nourish, and feed upon the life forms that indigenously belong to the ecosystems in which they are integrated. 105 These statements show concern for the relationship of a community to its ecological context, but the terms chosen to describe this relationship do not make bioriginal realities central to the culture. Furthermore, Bookchin's discussions of confederalism invariably base organization on political principles and spatial proximity. He does not devote serious attention to the importance of bioriginal realities to processes of imagining and shaping our communities and associations of communities. On the other hand, the bioriginal imagination and the politics of place are central to eco-communitarian anarchism. It is likely that an underlying reason why Bookchin does not focus on bioriginal realities, or, indeed, on communal traditions in the strong, historically grounded sense is his fear that such natural and communal connections threaten the freedom of the individual. Such bonds are in conflict with Bookchin's Promethean, masculinist conception of heroic citizens shaping their own destiny. On the other hand, an eco-communitarian approach values natural and social situatedness. Rather than threatening our freedom, such situatedness helps give it concrete substantiality. The free creative activity of a community gains richer and more determinate content within the context of a strong sense of place, in the midst of a continuity of natural and cultural history. The bioriginal sensibility is based on a kind of commitment that Bookchin steadfastly rejects, that is, a giving oneself over to the other, a recognition of the claim of the other on the deepest levels of one's being. Bookchin describes his ideal community as the commune that unites individuals by what they choose to like in each other rather than what they are obliged by blood ties to like. 106 However, when one develops and affirms one's membership in a human or natural community, one is hardly concerned with choosing what to like and not to like in the community, though one may certainly judge one's own human community quite harshly out of love and compassion for it. 107 The community helps constitute and is also an expression of one's very form of life and mode of being. Individualist concepts of choice, rights, justice, and interest lose their validity in this context. There are times when Bookchin seems to come a bit closer to a bioriginal and eco-communitarian perspective. For example, he says that in an ecological society, land would be used ecologically such that forests would grow in areas that are most suitable for arboreal flora and widely mixed food plants in areas that are most suitable for crops. 108 Culture and nature would seemingly both get their due through this simple division. But even here there are difficulties. A major ecological problem results from the fact that, except in the case of tropical rainforests, most areas that are quite well suited for forests, or prairies, or even wetlands, can also be used in a highly productive manner for crop production. A bi-original approach would stress heavily the importance of biological diversity and ecological integrity, and have much less enthusiasm for the further development of certain areas on grounds that they are suitable for crops, in cases in which such development is not strictly necessary to provide adequately for human needs. Bookchin comes closest to an authentically bi-original approach when he explains that localism, taken seriously, implies a sensitivity to specialty, particularity, and the uniqueness of place, indeed a sense of place or topos that involves deep respect to the areas in which we live and that are given to us in great part by the natural world itself. 109 Such admirable general principles need, however, to be developed into a comprehensive bi-original perspective that would give them a more concrete meaning. This perspective would address such issues as the ways in which bi-original particularity can be brought back into the town or city, how it can be discovered beneath the transformed surface, and how it can be expressed in the symbols, images, art, rituals, and other cultural expressions of the community. Bi-originalism gives content to the abstract concept that the creation of the ecological community is a dialectical, cooperative endeavor between human beings and the natural world. A bi-original politics expands our view of the political, by associating it more with the processes of ecologically grounded cultural creativity and with a mutualistic, cooperative process of self-expression on the part of the human community and the larger community of nature. It is a fundamental dimension of the project of realizing universal particularity. Conclusion. A politics of liberty, ecology, and solidarity. The many questions raised here about libertarian municipalism do not in the slightest way cast doubt on the crucial importance of participatory, grassroots communal democracy to the realization of the free community of solidarity. Rather, they imply that if we value such democracy we will recognize the need for diverse, multidimensional experiments in democratic processes, and acknowledge the fact that many of the preconditions for a free and democratic culture lie in areas beyond the scope of what is usually called democracy. Communes, cooperatives, collectives, and various other forms of organization are sometimes dismissed by Bookchin as marginal projects that cannot challenge the dominant system. 110 It is true that they have not successfully challenged that system thus far. However, there is no evidence that such diverse undertakings have any less potential for liberatory transformation than do local assemblies, nor is there evidence that a multidimensional politics that includes both assemblies and these other forms of organization will not have much greater potential than a politics that focuses almost exclusively on assemblies. An eco-communitarian that claims the legacy of anarchism will eschew any narrowly defined programs that would make municipalism, self-management, cooperatives, communalism, or any other approach the royal road to social transformation. On the other hand, it will see experiments in all of these areas, experiments that push each of those forms to their liberatory limits as valuable steps toward discovering the way to a free, ecological society. Proposals to create town and neighborhood assemblies have great merit, and should be a central element of an eco-communitarian anarchist politics. But we must take into account the fact that they, and other counter-institutions, are unlikely to become the dominant political processes in the near future. Unfortunately, we find that at times their partial adoption, in the form of virtually powerless neighborhood planning assemblies and town meetings, or citizens' committees with little authority, or participatory budgeting that remains marginal, may even serve to deflect energy or diffuse demands for more basic cultural and personal changes. On the other hand, major advances in libertarian communitarianism can be made immediately through the establishment of affinity groups, base communities, internally democratic movements for change, and cooperative endeavors of many kinds. Advocates of radical democracy can do no greater service to this cause than to demonstrate the value of democratic processes by embodying them in their own forms of self-organization. Without imaginative and inspiring experiments in the practice of ecological, communitarian democracy by the radical Democrats themselves, calls for municipalism, démarche, or any other form of participatory democracy will have a hollow ring. Bookchin made an important contribution to such efforts insofar as his work helped inspire many participants in ecological, communitarian, and participatory democratic projects. to the degree that he reduced ecological politics to a narrow, sectarian program of libertarian municipalism, he also created obstacles to the attainment of many of the very ideals he proclaimed. These ideals of liberty, ecology, and solidarity remain, however, the guiding inspiration for theory and practice. They are indispensable for the development of a fully critical and dialectical social ecology, and for a renewed and reinvigorated practice of eco-communitarian anarchist politics.